(2023) 한반도 미래 심포지엄. 한미동맹 70주년을 맞이한 한반도의 오늘과 내일. 기조연설과 함께 특별 세션 대한민국 성장 역사와 함께한 한미동맹 70년. 세션 1. 재편되는 세계 질서와 한국의 인태 전략. 세션 2. 꽉 막힌 남북관계 담대한 구상으로 넘나. 2023 한반도 미래 심포지엄.
Good morning. I'm your MC for today's symposium. I'm Tae Wang, and I'm Hyun from 연합뉴스 TV. Welcome to the Yonhap Symposium on the Korean Future 2023, hosted by Yonhapnews, Korea's key wire service provider, Ministry of Unification, and Yonhapnews Northeast Asia Center. Thank you for making the time in your busy schedules to join us today. Yonhapnews operates a network of 60 respondents in 38 locations worldwide, which is the largest among the Korean media. And through fast and accurate reporting, we're committed to playing a leading role in shaping a better future. I'd like to thank you, all of you, for attending the Yonhapnews Symposium on the Korean Future. This year marks the 9th edition of the symposium and the 70th anniversary of the Iraq-US alliance. And we hope that this year's symposium, themed 70 years of the Iraq-US alliance, present the future of the Korean Peninsula, will provide valuable insights into setting the path and driving future discourse for the prosperity of the Korean Peninsula. And I also would like to advise you that we provide simultaneous interpretation today. Please use the interpretation kit on your tables if you need it. And now, without further ado, let us commence the Yonhapnews Symposium on the Korean future. Many of our guests have taken time to join us today. As I introduce each of them, please give them a round of applause. And I'd like to now first introduce the presence of Minister Kwon Young-se of the Unification Ministry, who will read a congratulatory message from President Yoon Suk-yeol. We are honored to have a Chief Vice Chairperson Kim Kwon-young of the Peace Unification Advisory Council among us today. Joining us is Honorable Yoon Jae-ok, the floor leader of the People Power Party. Next to be introduced is Honorable Park Kwang-won, the floor leader of the Democratic Party of Korea. We now acknowledge the attendance of Minister Park Min-sik of the Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs. Also joining us today is Mayor Oh Se-won of the Seoul Metropolitan Government. Please give him a big hand. Honorable Jeon Byung-guk, the first Vice Minister of Culture, Sports and Tourism, is here with us today. We also have Chairman Son Kyung-sik of the Korea Enterprise Federation. Please give him a big hand. Also, we're joined by Chairman Jin Ok-dong of the Shinhan Holding Group. And President Kim Sung-tae of the Industrial Bank of Korea, the IBK. Please give him a big hand. In addition to this distinguished guest, we express our gratitude to many other attendees who honored the symposium with their presence today. We apologize for not being able to introduce each and every one of them due to time constraints.
And now there will be a national ceremony to pledge allegiance to the national flag. Please stand up and face toward the flag on the screen. Pledge allegiance to the national flag.
바로
이어서
Now we will have a moment of silence to pay tribute to the patriotic martyrs and patriotic spirits. Please be seated.
자, 이어서
Now we'll commence our symposium with the opening remarks from CEO Song Ki-hong of the Yonhap News Agency. Please welcome him with a big round of applause as we invite Mr. Song to the podium.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning. I'm Song Ki-hong, CEO of Yonhap News Agency. Welcome to the Yonhap News Symposium, The Korean Future 2023, organized by Yonhap News together with the Ministry of Education. I'd also like to thank the online audience for joining us today. I extend my profound gratitude to Yoon Jae-ho, the floor leader of the People Party of Korea, Park Kwang-won, the floor leader of the Democratic Party of Korea, and also the Mayor Oh Se-won of the Seoul City, and the Chairman Son Kyung-sik of the Enterprise Federation. I also like to extend my appreciation to Minister Kwon Young-se for his support to the symposium. The theme of this symposium is 70 years of ROK-US alliance, the present and future of the Korean Peninsula. And this is actually the 70th anniversary of the Armistice Agreement. And also we have signed the Mutual Defense Treaty between South Korea and the United States. And this is the 70th anniversary as well. And the 70 years of the Korean is actually a history of a heroic narrative that is marked by prosperity and growth. We began with overcoming all the war, and we were able to reach the economic development and democracy as well. We were one of the poorest countries in the world, and 70 years after, we have become an IT powerhouse, and we also have the culture, the prosperous culture, and we are a leading country in the world. And this miraculous growth was made possible because of the entrepreneurship and the pioneering spirit and those decisive role played by the political leaders, as well as dedication and commitment of the Korean people. We also need to not forget that the prosperity was made possible because of all the bloodshed and sacrifices made by the servicemen from countries around the world in support of the Korean War, and also because of the deterrence efforts made by the Korea-US alliance, which has actually provided for such prosperity to take place. And this is a blood alliance that began from the war, and we are making progress day by day. In April of this year, the statement visit was made by Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol, and we have become a comprehensive strategic alliance between the two countries. And our international status have changed, and this requires a new future for the Korea's alliance. And we are going to look back on the alliance, and we are going to bring together the wisdom for people to come up with the better future for the alliance. Those who forget the past history will not have a future. We are going to be the one that records the history. And I think the record-keeping efforts are going to begin with the reflection of the Korea's alliance. And also together with the U.S. Embassy in Seoul, we are going to have a whole photo exhibition on the commemorating 70 years of the Korea's alliance. And also, Yonhap is currently featuring a series of special reports wherein correspondents will visit Korean War veterans to hear their stories and share their views about the post-war development. As Korea's key wire service provider, Yonhap pledges to continue accompanying Korea on its journey to becoming Korea pivotal state, a global pivotal state that continues to for freedom, democracy, and prosperity. Thank you very much.
수사장님께 다시
Once again, please give a big round of applause to CEO Song Gi-hong of Yonhap News Agency. And next, Minister of Unification Kwon Young-se, the co-host of the symposium, will deliver the congratulatory message from President Yoon Suk-yeol. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
예, 통일부 장관.
I'm Kwon Young-se, Minister of Unification. I don't think I have many days left to greet yourselves in this position. Today I'm not here to speak my words, but just as been introduced by the MC, I am here to have the honor of delivering the message from President Yoon Suk-yeol. Congratulations on the Yonhapnews Symposium on Korean Future 2023. Under the theme of 70 years of the U.S.-ROK alliance, present and future of the Korean Peninsula, I'd like to thank the CEO Song Gi-hoon and the executives for providing this forum. And when we were at a crisis because of the invasion, U.S. shed their bloods to fight together with us. 37,000 U.S. soldiers came here to an unknown land to safeguard the freedom of this country. The 3 years invasion and fight has ended, and in 1953, the two sides have signed a mutual defense treaty and has opened the era of mutual alliance. A bloodshed alliance of Korea-US alliance has been the center of diplomacy and the economy of the two Koreas and has been the basis of Korea. The poorest nation of GDP of $60 after the war has grown into playing a role of a global pivotal state. The 70 years anniversary of the Korea-US alliance is now upgraded to a global comprehensive strategic alliance. Last April, with the state visit of President Yoon to the U.S., has led to the U.S.-Korea summit meeting. And on top of the value alliance, we have added new alliances based on information security as well as economy and culture, and in 5 in total. We have expanded alliance in these 5 sectors, created new synergy, and now the alliance of action will be realized for the future. Also, the Korea-U.S. alliance is a value alliance and also one that contributes to the peace and prosperity of the world of just and alliance, and also to expand peace and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific region. Nuclear spread and cyber threat and global issues will also be areas of cooperation. And also, with the rapid growth has centered on the Korea-U.S. alliance, will now lead toward the future, and the Korean government is committed to fulfill its support. In this sense, to the future generation, we should be able to communicate the value and meaning of the Korea-U.S. alliance. And this requires not only the efforts of the government, but also the efforts and support of the media. Through this symposium, I hope that we can seek the future direction of the Korea-U.S. alliance. Also, for the future generation, I hope that the expert views and directions are also shared and communicated. Once again, I'd like to congratulate you on the opening of the Yonhapnews Symposium on Korean Future 2023. Thank you very much.
네, 국정으로 바쁘신 일정임에도
Thank you very much, Minister Yoon, for delivering the congratulatory message of Minister Yoon, and also to President Yoon Suk-yeol. Please give a big round of applause.
그래서 백악관에서도 축하의 메시지.
Next, we'd like to share the special video message from Mr. Kurt Campbell, the Indo-Pacific Coordinator at the National Security Council of the White House. We kindly request your applause as we display it on the screen.
Good morning, friends. It's Kurt Campbell talking to you from Washington, D.C., the White House. I'm the Indo-Pacific Coordinator for President Biden here on the National Security Council, and it's my distinct honor to wish all my friends and colleagues at Yonhap for this 70th anniversary celebration of our wonderful alliance between the United States and South Korea well, to wish you well. I'm talking to you today at the end of our hosting here in Washington of Prime Minister Modi from India's state visit here in Washington. And it is another indication of the United States taking our allies and partners to the next level. I do want to just underscore we are still basking in the glow of the wonderful visit of President Yoon here to Washington, D.C., the state visit earlier this year. I will tell you that Prime Minister Modi last night at the state dinner began by apologizing by saying that he did not have a very good voice and he could not sing any American show or popular tunes. Still, it was a great visit, but to be honest, the highlight of the last year has been the visit of President Yoon here to Washington, D.C. During that historic event, I think in many respects, we not only looked backward and celebrated 70 years of tremendous progress, of standing shoulder to shoulder to meet challenges on the Korean Peninsula. It was also an opportunity to look forward to anticipate areas where the United States and South Korea intend to work together. We're doubling down on our partnership with respect to technology, people-to-people exchanges. We're working globally, not just in the Indo-Pacific, but in the Pacific region more and more. The United States and South Korea are conducting dialogues and discussions on really every area of mutual import. What was striking was how well President Yoon and President Biden got along, and our teams were able to prepare for this historic visit and to pull it off in a way that really in many respects celebrates the importance of this extraordinarily important alliance. I will say that President Yoon also was invited by the Japanese to the event in Hiroshima for the G7, and during that visit, President Biden extended an invitation to both Prime Minister Kishida and President Yoon to come to Washington later this summer for a three-way summit between the three leaders, in which we will celebrate the remarkable progress that has been made in the bilateral relationship between Japan and South Korea, and also to see what steps that we can take to make sure we've locked that progress in, and to see if it's possible to trilateralize areas of cooperation going forward. I just want to say that I'm sorry I'm not with you at this celebration. I wish all my friends at Yonhap, and I wish them well, and I am so grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak with you today. I know that you'll be hearing from Ambassador Goldberg. I want to just say how much we appreciate his work and all the work of those that toil to support this terrific partnership between our two countries. Congratulations, and I look forward to seeing you in South Korea in about a month and a half. All best wishes. Thank you very much.
네, 바쁜 정무에도
And please give a big round of applause to NSC Indo-Pacific Coordinator Kurt Campbell for his warm congratulations for the symposium despite his busy political affairs. Once again, thank you. Next, National Assembly Speaker Kim Jin-pyo was unable to attend due to his trip to the Pacific Island States, sent a video congratulatory message. Let's meet him on the screen with a big round of applause. I am Kim Jin-pyo, Speaker of the National Assembly. Congratulations on the Yonhapnews Symposium on Korean Future 2023. I'd like to extend gratitude to CEO Sung Gi-young of the Yonhapnews Agency, as well as executives and employees of Yonhapnews for preparing the event. I'd also like to say welcome to distinguished guests from home and abroad. In this symposium, we will have an in-depth discussion on the major issues surrounding the Korean Peninsula to mark the 70th anniversary of the Korea-US alliance. This year marks the 70th anniversary of the Korea-US alliance. On October 1st, 1953, Korea and the United States signed the Mutual Defense Treaty. Based on the treaty, Korea and the US have formed a strong alliance for the past 70 years. The Korea-US alliance is also evaluated as the most successful alliance in the world. 70 years after the end of the war, we built the world's 10th largest economy on the ruins of the war. Korea is also showcasing its position as a cultural powerhouse that the world is paying attention to. It is no exaggeration to say that Korea's 70 years of history after the war is a 70-year history of the Korea-US alliance. Therefore, last February, the National Assembly adopted a special resolution to commemorate the 70th anniversary of the Korea-US alliance. To strengthen the alliance between the two countries, I'm also pushing for a plan to create a Korea-US parliamentary union with lawmakers from the two countries.
I look forward to deepening the friendship between the two countries through the establishment of the Korea-US Parliamentary Union. This year, we commemorate the 70th anniversary of the ROK-US alliance. Our bilateral relationship is reaching another important milestone. The two leaders have met several times and agreed to take the alliance to the next level. Together, we stand as partners committed to safeguarding peace, not only on the Korean Peninsula and in Northeast Asia, but also across the globe. The waves of tension surrounding the Korean Peninsula are rising with each passing day. The Russia-Ukraine war and the US-China conflict are both intensifying. North Korea persists in escalating its nuclear and missile provocations. It's incumbent upon us to confront these turbulent waves with clarity and composure and develop a transparent national strategy to protect our national interests and also peace. Experts and officials from both nations gather here today in pursuit of this goal. I look forward to a forum of wisdom that will forge a path toward peace on the Korean Peninsula, on the basis of a strengthened alliance between the US and Korea. Once again, I congratulate you on hosting the Yonhapnews Symposium on Korean Future 2023 and wish you all good luck and the best of health. Thank you very much.
네,
I'd like to ask you for another round of applause for National Assembly Speaker Kim Jin-pyo for his congratulatory message despite his busy schedule. And now, Executive Vice Chairman of the Peaceful Unification Advisory Council, Kim Kwan-young, will deliver a congratulatory remark. Please greet him with a big round of applause. Today, with the commemoration of the 70th anniversary of the Korea-US alliance, CEO of Yonhap News Agency Song Ki-ong, with the presence of political, economic, and business leaders, is hosting this very meaningful event. This is truly timely and significant. So first of all, I'd like to begin by extending gratitude. Please join me in a big hand to CEO Song Ki-ong. Liberation and division, peace and poverty and modernization, and to make the era of national income level of $35,000. And at that center was the Korea-US alliance. It began as a military security alliance to safeguard us against the threat of the North Korea. So I'd like to take this opportunity to extend gratitude for the alliance. Back then, we were just a recipient of that alliance. And as we look back on 50 years, during that time, our economy has advanced, and our position and global status had also advanced. And now, the Korea-US relations has now emerged into a partnership relationship, and the US also fulfilled its commitment. And with various agreements, including the FTA, it has enabled a new economic prosperity as its economic axis. And based on the value alliance of free democracy and market economy, a global comprehensive strategic alliance has emerged between the two nations. This has been backed by the commitment of the leaders as well as the support of the people, and also because of the ongoing and non-changing commitment of the US. Of course, there were ups and downs during the history, but I believe we exerted wisdom in overcoming such challenges. And now, the scope and the horizon of our relationship and alliance has become much broader because of the geopolitical challenges of Korean Peninsula. It will go beyond Northeast Asia and also into the Indo-Pacific region. Strategically as well, human rights, freedom, and democracy is to be realized and materialized. And now we're truly realizing an alliance between the two countries. In April and May this year, it was also declared at the state dinner by President Yoon. This is an alliance of hope, not only today but also tomorrow. It will truly bring a brilliant outcome. And based on this, I believe many people as well as the government have made their contributions. And now we look forward to another 70 years of the future. It should be comprehensive and global and strategic. And with this alliance, we shall lay a new foundation for future development and a future partnership. And I'd like to once again extend gratitude to all of you for being here with us and to make a proposal. As a vice chairman of PUAC, as we see inter-Korean issues still pending, I nevertheless urge you to give solutions to the so-called South-South division and conflict. I think we are too much at odds against each other. We should put this to the past. We should now leave certain things to the past and be more decisive and selective in our future course. And I hope, since this is being witnessed by all the general public of Korea, I truly wish for your wisdom and insight. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you. Please give a big round of applause to Chief Vice President Kim Kwan-young of the Peaceful Reunification Advisory Council for his kind remarks. Now it is with great pleasure that we invite Honorable Yoon Jae-wook, the floor leader of People Power Party, to the podium. Please give him a round of applause as he approaches the podium. At this Yonhapnews Symposium on the Korean Future 2023, I'd like to extend my congratulations for successfully convening the symposium. I'd like to extend my appreciation to CEO Sung Ki-yong of the Yonhap News Agency and also the executives and staff at the news agency. I would also like to tribute the Chief Vice President Kim Kwan-young of the PUAC, and Chairman Song Kyung-sik of the Korean Enterprise Federation, Honorable the Oh Se-hoon of the Seoul Metropolitan Government, and Minister Park Min-sik of the Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs for coming to this conference. We mark the 70th anniversary for the UKUROS Alliance, and the Mutual Defense Treaty was signed on 10th October 1st, right after we signed the Armistice Agreement. With this Mutual Defense Treaty, it has been said that we're going to benefit hugely from this mutual defense treaty, and it turned out to be true. And since we were established as an independent nation on August 15th, we have been threatened many times. We had overcome the very serious threat of the Korean War, and we were on the verge of extinction many times. And I think we overcame this threat through the Mutual Defense Treaty with the United States. As we all know, the signing of the treaty has enabled a chorus alliance, which has led to the history of miracle being created on the Korean Peninsula. And after we restored democracy in 1987, as a developing nation that was born after the end of World War II, we became the only nation to have achieved economic growth as well as democracy at the same time. And now we have turned into the G8 candidate. We have become a powerhouse not only in the economy but as well also in the culture, in K culture. It is because of our talent, our dedication, and also because we have benefited from the chorus, the alliance, the Mutual Defense Treaty. We became a powerhouse, but we're still surrounded by the superpowers. The geopolitical condition calls for the chorus alliance to become the most important asset for Koreans. When President Yoon Suk-yeol made a state visit to the United States in April this year, he made a joint declaration to the U.S. President, and the Washington Declaration was made, and it called for the promotion of the universal human rights and for the rule of law, and it has also called for the U.S. and Korea to reestablish themselves as they valued the alliance, overcoming and as the ambassador rightfully mentioned, we are not a shrimp in a whale fight. We have become a big fish that is recognizable in the international society. And with the strategic alliance, I sincerely hope that we will be able to contribute together to the prosperity of not only Northeast Asia but around the world. We are facing very serious difficulties on the Korean Peninsula, but strengthening our posture in terms of the strengthening the defense and mutual alliance is going to be really the bedrock of our stance for the future. We're going to look at major critical issues that we face, and we're going to attend many different lectures and engage in in-depth discussions. The outcome of today's discussions will be reflected in the national policy making in the future. I promise you on that. And I'd like to extend my appreciation to all the organizers' efforts for making their dedications to making this conference possible. Thank you very much.
잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much. Speaker, the floor leader of the People's Power Party, Yoon Jae-ok, and the floor leader of the Democratic Party of Korea, Park Kwang-won, will deliver his congratulatory remark. Please greet him with a big round of applause.
네,
Thank you very much. Just has been introduced, I am Park Kwang-won. The Yonhapnews Symposium on Korean Future 2023 is taking place today. I sincerely congratulate you, CEO Sung Ki-yong, as well as the executives of Yonhapnews Agency, as well as all the reporters and journalists. I'd like to pay tribute to all of you. And also Vice Chairman Kim Kwan-yong, Chairman Song Kyung-sik, and Mayor Oh Se-un and Minister Bang Min-sik. Thank you very much. And also from the financial sector, we have many experts here today. I'd like to extend gratitude also from overseas who are here with us. I'd like to extend gratitude to all the distinguished guests and experts. This year marks the 70th anniversary of the Korea-US alliance. It is also the 70th anniversary of the Armistice Agreement. It is truly a meaningful year for the Republic of Korea. The reason why it is important is because strengthening of the Korea's alliance and also to reaffirming our survival and national interest is at core. Peace and Korean prosperity of the Korean Peninsula requires creativity of us. Last week, Secretary of State of the United States Blinken visited the U.S., and it is known that Treasury Secretary Yellen will also visit China early next month. U.S. and China are engaged in strategic competition for their fate, but at the same time, both countries have made it clear that they will not cut off dialogue. And this has many implications to us. The history of Korea's alliance is also the history of the growth of the Republic of Korea. With the escalation of the nuclear threats of North Korea, security is critical based on Korea-US alliance. Historically, the Korea-US alliance emerged by reorganizing the security order on the Korean Peninsula and also in Northeast Asia. And now, between Korea and the United States, we shall go beyond the military alliance toward all sectors, including economy, society, and culture. We shall strengthen our strategic partnership to create a truly global, comprehensive strategic alliance. And now we should take one step forward. Based on the support of the general public and its consensus, we should be future-oriented to develop the bilateral alliance. And we should be able to draw a bigger picture and bigger map of the world. At the same time, amid the strategic competition between US and China, the Korea, US, and Japan against North Korea, China, and Russia is emerging as a new Cold War system. And we should also exert wisdom so that we are not put in a troublesome situation. Denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula and the Korea-US alliance and inter-Korean relations should all be considered together as we look forward into the future. To reach the final goal of denuclearization and peace on the Korean Peninsula, we should strengthen the Korea-US alliance and also further develop inter-Korean relations. Peace is not an abstract value. It is a practical benefit for the today and tomorrow of the Korean Peninsula. It is an issue of the daily lives of the people and also the prosperity of the future generation. The future is a history made by the everyday of today. I hope for today's wisdom for the future of the Korean Peninsula, and I hope that this is remembered by our future generation. Thank you very much.
더불어민주당 원내
Yes, we extend gratitude to Honorable Park Kwang-won of the Democratic Party of Korea for his insightful remarks. Next, Minister Park Min-sik of Patriots and Veterans Affairs Ministry will deliver the congratulatory remarks. Please give a warm round of applause to Minister Park.
아니 저기
Well, ladies and gentlemen, so if you stand at the back row, this is what makes things very difficult because I've been given a congratulatory remarks document. This is quite a thick document, but I don't want to repeat myself. So instead of reading from the prepared text, I'd like to give you my personal views on this topic. First of all, I'd like to extend my appreciation to CEO Sung Ki-yong of the executives and staff reporters at the 연합뉴스 agency for coming up with this very valuable event. For commencing this very important symposium. I thank you. And also, I'd like to thank you by helping us in having our organization status elevated to the ministerial position. Yours was instrumental. Thank you very much. And after I lost an election, I had nowhere to go, but I remember that many of the staff reporters at Yonhapnews gave me a lot of support. I thank you for this generous support provided by the reporters at the 연합뉴스 agency. I see that the theme of today's conference is 70 years of ROK-US alliance, the present future of the Korean Peninsula. I'd just like to give you this takeaway message before I leave the podium. If you think about today and tomorrow, you have to reflect on the past. So if we are going to look at the present and future, we need to think about how the ROK-US alliance was formulated. We created America from the impossible situation, and there are people who made that possible. I think the representative figure is President Lee Sing-man. And I think that the ROK-US alliance is so meaningful to the Korean people of today. We must make sure that we commemorate the person who made this possible. If you think about the Korean War, more recently, there are about 5 million and 10 million people that have been sacrificed during the war, and we need to promote peace. Many people talk about that, but not many people think about the causes of the Korean War. They tend to be quite vague when we think about the origins of the Korean War. I still find it problematic that there are many reporters in the media who do not focus on the origins of the Korean War. And we also need to think about who has actually contributed to enabling this Chorus alliance. Our reflection is going to be very important because it sets the baseline for creating a better present and future tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister of Patriots and Veterans Affairs, Park Min-sik. Please give him a big hand. Now let us invite Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan Government Oh Se-hoon onto the stage for his congratulatory remark. Please greet him with a big round of applause. It's a pleasure to meet you. Minister Park Min-sik has made a remark, and he has actually shared most important topics. And as I listened to his speech, I also started to doubt whether I should read my prepared script or not. We're already nearing lunch, so I'll try not to be too long. This is a very important topic and a very important time. So I'd like to thank CEO Sung Ki-yong and the members of Yonhapnews for preparing this event. On behalf of Seoul City, I'd like to extend gratitude. I believe the history of the Korea-US alliance, just as Minister Park Min-sik has mentioned, starting from the founding President Lee Sing-man, has began with a very meaningful beginning. But I believe that the Korea-US alliance will be distinguished before and after 2023. That means that this year is truly a meaningful year. Therefore, I think that is the background and true meaning of this event. As you all know, the Korea-US alliance is truly the most important asset value and security asset of Korea. Recently, the miscommunication or missignal of an emergency situation has been the misconduct of Seoul City. If we did not have the alliance with the US, could we have lived a peaceful life without this type of an emergency call? Balance between China and the US has been made in many methods, but all administrations, all governments, if they had not relied on the full support of the Korea-US alliance, I believe that none of us could live this safe and pleasant life. So I really want to take this opportunity to extend gratitude. And just as been stated by all the distinguished speakers, this Korea-US alliance, based on security alliance against nuclear threats, shall go beyond other areas such as the society and industry and technology and culture and other sectors as well. And I've understood that the head of the Korea-US Association is someone with no diplomatic background. And as I had a conversation, I could realize that I was not following the trend of the times. And I realized that my question to the Chairman Choi Jung-kyung of the Korea-America Association was not fitting. And it was a question that could not truly understand the meaning of the Korea-US alliance. Because now this alliance is not only limited to security, but is embedded in almost all parts of our daily lives. And we're hosting this most important event with the most important topic today. So I'd like to thank you once again. And I'd also like to fulfill my role for the Korea-US alliance to further prosper.
Let's extend a round of applause to Mayor of Seoul, Lee So-sen, for his kind and inspiring words. As our event progresses, we regretfully acknowledge that the time constraint prevents us from hearing all the remarks from our esteemed guests. And this is the last part of the ceremony. We recognize a very special guest in commemoration of the 70th anniversary, and we'd like to now introduce, in tribute to his remarkable contributions, the person that the Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs and the ROK U.S. Combined Forces Command recognized as one of the top 10 heroes of the Korean War veterans. He's the only surviving hero among the 5 Koreans named in the top 10 list. Now, we would like to present a word of appreciation. We'd like to now ask you to take a moment to watch a video that pays tribute to General Kim's outstanding achievements and unwavering dedication. This is an award of appreciation in commemoration of former Air Force Chief of Staff Kim Do-hwan. And now I will assign you a mission. That's what's been said. And the caption reads, "The Korean War is a national tragedy that began with North Korea's illegal invasion against the South." I will assign you a mission. And this is the beginning of his first mission in the Korean War. And the caption reads, on January 11th, 1952, General Kim Do-hwan became the first fighter jet pilot during the Korean War to complete 100 sorties. He continued to defend the ROKF space, later became a flight instructor, passing on his knowledge to younger pilot trainees. He eventually became the 11th Chief of Staff to lead the ROK Air Force. General Kim Do-hwan, through your great contribution, you have created an immortal miracle that will live on in our history. And now, we ask CEO Song Kyung of 연합뉴스 Agency to come up to the stage to present this award.
자, 이어서
Next, I present you the hero of the video footage, former Air Force Chief of Staff Kim Do-man. General Kim Do-man, please come up to the stage. Please give a big round of applause to welcome General Kim Do-man. And now we present the award. The award of appreciations. Former Air Force Chief of Staff Kim Do-man, you are the first ROK Air Force pilot to achieve 100 sorties during the Korean War. You have educated pilot cadres to build a strong military stand. With loyalty and dedication, you have set a precious cornerstone for freedom, democracy, and prosperity of the Republic of Korea. On the occasion of the 70th anniversary of the ROK-US Alliance, Yonhapnews Agency, Korea's key wire service provider, presents this award of appreciation to you with infinite respect and gratitude for making the Republic of Korea what it is today. On June 29, 2023, CEO Song Ki-hong of the 연합뉴스 Agency. Please give a big hand to General Kim Do-man.
네, 사진 촬영도 진행이 되고 있는데요. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수.
Please give another big round of applause as official photos are being taken.
네, 대장님.
Congratulations, sir. General Kim. This award must have a special place in your heart. I would like to ask you how you feel about it. Today, this is an honor for me. I'd like to thank Yonhapnews Agency, Mr. Song Kyung, the CEO of the Yonhapnews Agency. Thank you for arranging this event. 73 years ago, I was a junior officer at the ROK Air Force. And the illegal infiltration by North Koreans has led to a Korean War. And we were just into our second year since our establishment as independent nations. And we were at a perilous situation. And I wanted to defend our nation. As a military officer, the Air Force officer, I was fulfilling my duties faithfully. And the end result of which is an award of appreciations. I'd like to thank you for recognizing my contributions. I'm honored. And personally, I think that this award has to do with the military might the show of might that's been shown by the Communist Army. Actually, we fought with these smaller aircrafts, and we actually had our pilots throw bombs through these light aircrafts. And because we did not have the jet fighters, many pilots were lost. And I think this recognizes the sacrifices made by my fellow pilots at the time. And I'm the survivor, and that's why I am being recognized today. I'd like to cherish this award in commemoration of all the sacrifices made by my fellow pilots. And this is the 29th of June. And I remember that something happened on this day. When the war broke out, we were at a perilous situation. We were on the verge of extinction. We faced a severe threat at the time. And the MacArthur, the general headquarters, GHQ at the headquarters, had issued a leaflet, flyer, that has indicated that they will be participating in the Korean War. And I believe that it was around 5:30 on the 29th of June that I flew over the Seoul, and I actually threw down those flyers so that people will hear about it. And I could see that the communist, the army, our adversaries, were entering the Seoul city. And right next to the city hall, we had a National Assembly. It was a high-story building at the time. And at the top of this National Assembly building, right next to the City Hall, I could see that huge flag of North Koreans being installed up there. I have clear memories of that, looking at it from the sky. And at these perilous situations, we were able to have hope because we knew that the UN forces were coming in. And we fought hard. It's been 3 years of hard fight. And many of my colleagues have been sacrificed. And we were not able to realize a full peace, but we were able to suspend the war. The war came to an end through the Armistice Treaty. And we were in rubble at the time, and it took us 70 years. But after 70 years, we now see us having developed into a great economy. We are able to realize a miracle that's been admired by many people around the world. And this is because of the people, the Korean people, who are dedicated. And it is because of the President Lee Seung-man and President Park Chung-hee, the outstanding leaders, and also the industrial giants such as Chairman Chung Ju-young of the Hyundai Group. I recognize all these people, and I also like to say that it is because of a strong ROK-US alliance that we were able to realize such a miracle. We should be proud of our achievements. However, I'd like to say that if you look at the current situation, we are facing new challenges. There are the specters of totalitarianism around the world, and they threaten liberal democracy. And we need to put together our resolve, and we need to address the new challenges in great unity amongst the Korean people. And all soldiers like myself reflect the era, a bygone era. And I believe that the future of the Korean nation hinges upon what the young generation are going to do. I have great hopes for the new generation. I really hope that they will develop Korea to become a nation with a great the posture. And this is a yearning I have for the Korean people. And I'd like to once again extend my appreciation to CEO Sung Kyung for recognizing my contributions to this award. And I would like to wish for great health and great happiness to all the participants here today and to the Korean people. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
김두만 대장님께
Once again, please give a big round of applause of congratulations to Mr. Kim Do-man.
네, 그럼
Again, thank you, Captain Kim Do-man. And now this concludes the opening ceremony of the Korea Peninsula, the Symposium on Korean Future 2023. I'd like to express gratitude to all the distinguished guests from both home and abroad, and also those online. After a while, we will have a special session and keynote speech by Foreign Minister Park Jin, and session 1 and 2. So please continue to join us online.
네, 여러분 오래 기다.
If you've waited with us a long time, we will now start the special session of the Yonhapnews Symposium on Korean Future 2023. Under the theme of Korea-US alliance remains strong for 70 years amid Korea growth, this is a special session to examine the historical meaning, achievements, and future of the Korea-US alliance. Before we invite the speakers, let's first take a look at the photos showing how Seoul, the capital of the Republic of Korea, has been transformed over the 70 years of the Korea-US alliance.
네,
The photos showing the amazing 70 years of Seoul and the amazing growth history of Korea open the door to the special session. And as the special speakers, we have U.S. Ambassador to South Korea Philip Goldberg, Korea-America Association Chairman and President Choi Jong-kyung, and Deputy Commander of the U.S. Forces Korea, Scott Plous. Initially, the White House NSC Indo-Pacific Coordinator, Kurt Campbell, was also scheduled to participate in the special session, but I'd like to inform you that he has sent a congratulatory message in the previous opening ceremony. And now, I'd like to introduce Ms. Yvonne Yoonhee Kim, Executive Director of the Asia Society Korea, for her moderation of the session. Since its launch in 2008, Yvonne Yoonhee Kim, Executive Director of the Asia Society Korea Center, has been focusing on the private diplomacy for 15 years, and now Ms. Yvonne Yoonhee Kim will moderate the special session.
My name is Yvonne Kim, and I'm the Executive Director of Asia Society's Korea Center. It's a great honor that I come before you today to introduce a truly distinguished group of speakers. 안녕하십니까? 아시아 소사이어티.
Good afternoon. I am Kim Yoonhee, the Executive Director of Asia Society Korea. Since we have foreigners in this session, I like to proceed in English during this session, and I'd like to ask for your understanding.
By acknowledging just how deep the significance of this occasion is. The month of June marks the Korean War anniversary. This year, we also celebrate the 120th anniversary of the first Korean immigration to the United States, and we commemorate the 70th anniversary of the Korean Armistice Agreement. Just 2 months after the signing of the armistice, the Mutual Defense Treaty solidified the bond between the Republic of Korea and the United States. When the treaty was signed in 1953, the South Korean President Lee Seung-man envisioned it as a gift for future generations. Although doubts loomed among some South Koreans regarding the United States' commitment to the treaty, the Korea-US alliance remains ironclad to this day. It is undeniably a difficult time for everyone around the world, and in the midst of so many uncertainties, there is no greater relief than to know that our allies will stand by us and work together to maintain a strong regional architecture. Together, we strive towards the noble ideals of peace, freedom, and democracy that bind us in a common purpose. As the statesman Henry Kissinger mentioned in his book, Does America Need a Foreign Policy?, the successive American administrations have upheld that the American alliance with South Korea is the key to stability on the Korean Peninsula, and that the key to an improvement in relations with Pyongyang is progress in North Korea's relations with South Korea through bilateral talks. Today, we have the privilege of welcoming an individual who shoulders the weight of these crucial responsibilities with pride and determination. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct honor to introduce the United States Ambassador to the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Philip Goldberg.
감사합니다. 안녕하세요. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to Seong Ki-hong for inviting me here today. To my fellow panelists, Chae Jung-kyung and Lieutenant General Ployce, for sharing their thoughts as well with us this afternoon. And of course, I looked forward to hearing from Foreign Minister Pak Jin a little later in the program. As my esteemed colleague Kurt Campbell said earlier in his introductory comments this morning, he serves, of course, as President Biden's Indo-Pacific coordinator at the National Security Council. It's already been an exciting year for the U.S.-ROK bilateral relationship, and we're only halfway through. We mark two important anniversaries in the months to come, both milestones in the history of the relationship between our two countries. In a few weeks, we'll commemorate 70 years since the signing of the armistice that ended the brutal war that ravaged the Korean Peninsula. From that day forward, the Korean people began to rebuild their lives and their country. The road to creating a thriving, prosperous democracy was not an easy one, but Koreans committed to making better lives for themselves and their nation persevered. As an American, and I'm sure General Ployce joins me in saying, we're proud of the security relationship that helped underpin that growth here in Korea and the revival of the Republic of Korea. Mere months into that journey of generations, the Republic of Korea signed the Mutual Defense Treaty with the United States. This October, we'll celebrate that day as a momentous step that would provide Korea's nascent democracy the firm foundation of security it needed to prosper and ultimately become one of America's strongest allies. The story of South Korea's miraculous transformation from war-torn to a world leader has been carefully chronicled every day, every step of the way, by the journalists of Yonhap. Our team at the embassy will tell you, including some in this room, that I'm what we would call in America a news junkie. One of those people who wakes up in the morning counting on the media to get me up to speed on everything I missed overnight and need to know before I start my day. Yonhap and many outlets that pick up your reporting provide Koreans with the news they need, but also tell the story of Korea to the rest of the world. And the fact that audiences care now more than ever about what happens here is a clear reflection of how vital the Republic of Korea has become to their lives, even in seemingly remote corners of the globe. Your work at Yonhap is critically important and always has been. As we look back at what our alliance has achieved in the last 7 decades, we're reminded of the essential role the press plays in documenting our history and our lives. We're lucky at our embassy to have Korea's National Museum of Contemporary History next door, and I had the opportunity to attend a very special exhibit that President Yoon visited on Sunday to open an exhibit there on the 70th anniversary of the alliance. As countless American tourists and Korean school children can tell you, newspapers scattered throughout that exhibit recount the events that led to the Republic of Korea to become the proud nation it is today. Likewise, as you walk through, you witness the evolution of South Korea's relationship with the United States, transitioning into a partner we rely on to overcome the monumental challenges of our time. I stood at the White House back in April as our two presidents launched the next chapter of our relationship. And Yonhap reporters stood right there with me, crafting headlines that tell the story of where our powerful alliance goes from here. Their reporting detailed the unprecedented level of commitment to our mutual defense outlined in the Washington Declaration, and the subsequent arrival of a U.S. nuclear-powered submarine in the port of Pusan for the first time in several years. The declaration also calls for the formation of the Nuclear Consultative Group, which is moving forward quickly. We anticipate an announcement on its inaugural meeting very soon. As global strategic partners, we're countering economic coercion by diversifying essential supply chains, enhancing cybersecurity, and defining the peaceful use of space, not just for our own people, but for the benefit of others beyond our shores. We're focused on joint research and development initiatives tied to critical and emerging technologies, because our shared history of excellence in innovation should serve the greater good. The world can count on American and Korean businesses and industries to work together, making continued progress in areas like the digital economy, biotechnology, quantum computing, responsible applications for artificial intelligence, and clean energy technology. Be it solar panels, electric vehicle batteries, or next-generation nuclear power, our successful transition to sustainable green economies is interdependent, and progress on mitigating global climate change requires our shared commitment. We're equally committed to helping other countries help themselves by developing sustainably with the reliable infrastructure and human capital needed to build a better future. And because our economic cooperation is rooted in shared values, we trust our companies to respect human rights in the countries where they work and hold them accountable if they don't. That's what it means to have an alliance for the greater good. Likewise, the Republic of Korea has emerged as a global leader and key partner for the United States in fostering emerging democracies, as well as upholding democratic values around the world. That's why I think President Yoon has decided to host next year's Summit for Democracy here in Seoul. As allies, we're deeply committed to the principle that transparent, accountable governance remains the best way to ensure lasting prosperity, peace, and justice. I mentioned at the top that we marked 2 important anniversaries this year, but in closing, I'll note a third, much less important anniversary. In just a few days, I'm going to celebrate having spent my first year here in Seoul as ambassador to the Republic of Korea. For the past 12 months, the extent of the engagement between our two governments at all levels has been simply staggering. But I've also been overwhelmed by how vast the unofficial network of ties is between our two countries. In business and industry, civil society, between communities, families, and friends, all motivated by shared interests, shared passions, and shared affinity, as well as shared values. We simply enjoy being together. It's been an honor for me to be part of that here in this banner year, and to meet many of you along the way. This values-based alliance we've created is truly a force for good around the world, and that's the front page story we want future generations of school children to see as they learn about our shared history. So thanks again to all of the journalists here today for the work you do, and to Yonhap for hosting this event. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Goldberg. Alliances are, by their very nature, grand, and they encompass the coming together of nation states, of hundreds of millions of people, militaries, infrastructure, and governments. At the same time, alliances are about individuals. They rely heavily on human-to-human interactions Such individual interactions help reaffirm the commitment of each member of the alliance, as well as their goals and values. Essentially, alliances are built between nations, but they are carried out by people. 동맹이란 본질적으로 국가와 국민, 정을 포함하기에 광범위하지만 동시에 그 동맹 관계는 개인.
The alliance is also based on individuals and the experience of the community. And just as Mayor Oh Se-un has mentioned, the next speaker is a person that made contributions both on the individual level as well as the community level based on his expertise and knowledge. He has served as ambassador to the Philippines and also served as secretary of the knowledge-based economy of the presidential office. And he also written, Korea is not shown in Washington. And amid this fluctuating security environment, he has stressed the importance of the Korea-US alliance. And to strengthen the alliance, the effort on the individual level is critical. That was what was emphasized by Chairman and President of the Korea-American Association, Choi Jung-kyung.
Draw your attention to one of the books he authored in 2016, titled Korea is Not Visible from Washington. Well, we are fortunate enough to have both Washington and Korea visible here with us today. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Choi Jung-kyung, Chairman and President of the Korea-American Association.
이거 처음에
In the beginning, I wasn't sure whether I should speak in Korean or English. I think I'm kind of sandwiched between two excellent English speakers. So I think it's better for me to speak in a language I'm more fluent in, which is Korean. My lecture is titled, Why is the Korea-US Alliance Important? And this is the order. First, how did America become the world's strongest nation? And I'd like to cite the Democracy of America, Alex Tocqueville's publication, and what he advised to the U.S., and also the history of the Korea-U.S. relations, its evolution, and the two tasks or challenges of the alliance, and also the Korea-U.S.-Japan alliance and the G8, and also Korea-U.S. alliance and the Korea-China relations, and lastly, what is most important, that is the main part, why is the Korea-U.S. alliance important?
네.
So how did the U.S., America, become the world's strongest nation? When you think of the country America, its main value has been based on freedoms and also based on the political system of checks and balances, and also based on the regime pursuing human rights. It has emerged as the world's strongest and largest economy, as well as a military power, also as the base monetary nation. From the end of 19th century and to early 20th century, there were many inventions that changed the lives of mankind, and they all came from the United States. So at the time of its independence, America was a small agricultural nation, but within less than 100 years, it became the world's largest industrial country. So I thought there were three factors. First is its principle of freedom. It respects the creativity and freedom of the individuals. And next is the freedom of doing enterprise. Everybody is entitled to do his own business and free enterprises. And next is its immigration policy. The U.S.'s immigration policy has been most open. And in addition to that, US has introduced the patent system for the first time in the world. The first president, Thomas Jefferson, adopted the patent system. So when we put these three factors together and compare with Europe, when there was a new technology developed, it wasn't easy to commercialize that technology. Whether it needed the permit from the royal government or a permit from the guild. But in the United States, they could liberally start up businesses with the technology, and the technology was protected by patent laws. So everybody with new technologies or those with the potential headed toward America. And this was backed by the immigration policy. If we suppose there was a German person that had a certain technology, all the villagers could join him because they could speak the same language. So freedom, the immigration policy, and the patent policy of the US, and also the differentiating sectors from Europe have been the main factors that had enabled the US become the strongest power in the world. The basic system of a country is critical, as we can see in the case of the United States. Alex Tocqueville is a well-known political philosopher of France of the 19th century. He also served as a foreign minister. After his traveling to the US, it's titled La démocratie en Amérique, which is Democracy in America in English. And Tocqueville states in his book that US truly developed the most extraordinary model system, a political system. And he also added one condition, that is, freedom and equality. When they are in conflict, if equality is overemphasized, it will only result in a new kind of despotism. It could undermine humanity. I like to also cite Matthew Spaulding in his publication, We Still Hold This Truth. The same is also expressed. So this is what Tocqueville says. If you overemphasize equality, the government power will grow and start to divide things. And increasingly, the people will only look to the government and ask for something more and more. And then the people will lose their creativity. They will end up looking toward the government. The government will be a shepherd, and the people will result in being the lambs or the sheep that are herded by the shepherd. So we also adopted the system of US of freedom and equality. And Korea is one of the countries that is most closely modeled after the US system. So in the case of US and in the case of Korea, as we pursue democracy, we should always keep in mind that it is important to keep a balance between freedom and equality. Excessive emphasis on equality could result in a kind of a new form of despotism. That is something we should be wary about. So we should be wary of any political force that puts too much emphasis on equality. So when we look through the history of the Korea-US relations, in 1871, there was the invasion of Korea by the 3 US warships asking for trade. Of course, there were warships from the US. just like the General Sherman ship burning in the Donggang River in 1866 took place, but it was not to ask for the responsibility. Just like Admiral Perry opened Japan, the U.S. troops came to open its trade relations with Korea, but the Korean troops began firing on the approaching U.S. ships. And there was a difference with Japan's response. When Admiral Perry arrived in Japan, they didn't respond immediately. They asked for some time to think. And so, in 2 years' time, Admiral Perry returns. And for a certain agenda, there was a specific position given to Nagasaki to prepare for the negotiations with Admiral Perry. And so they could gain some time. On the other hand, Joseon responded immediately by firing. Admiral Rogers' order that he received was not to open relations with Joseon, not to have a war with Joseon. So the fight was limited, and the U.S. ships retreated. After that, in 1882, the Korea Trade Treaty took place. It was a treaty of peace, amity, commerce, and navigation. And in Article 1 of the treaty, it says, if one side deal unjustly or oppressively with either government, the other will exert their good offices on being informed of the case to bring about an amicable arrangement. And it also stipulates cultural exchange and also mutual friendship and possibility. But there was one controversy here. That is, secretly, the Chinese Cheng dynasty intervened, and the politician Li Hongjiang continuously asked to stipulate that Joseon is a vassal state of China. And the U.S. representative said that well, back then many U.S. people, Americans, were knowledgeable in the Chinese characters, and then he made stipulations saying that laws and regulations and sovereignties of the Joseon nation is all existent. So Joseon is not to be a vassal state of China. So under the 1882 Trade Treaty, Korea was recognized as an independent sovereignty. And next, there is the so-called 1905 Taft-Katsura Agreement, the secret agreement. And based on this, there were opinions that U.S. abandoned Korea with this agreement, that Japan will rule over Korea and U.S. will rule over the Philippines. But already, Philippines was under the U.S. sovereignty since 19th century, from as it was taken from Spain. And already, advanced nations back then have recognized the Japanese rule over Korea. So the secret agreement of U.S. toward the Philippines and the Japan toward China was non-existent. But the intention was that U.S. wanted to show its wariness against the expansion of Japanese power by setting a line against Japan at the Philippines. So during the Russian War, when the Japanese won on the Korean Peninsula, it was only the Japanese that could rule. It ruled over Russia and China, the Chinese Qing dynasty, and since the British and the U.S. supported Japan, that was the only result. But then afterwards, in James Bradley's Imperial Cruise, I recommend this book to those that are interested. Before and after 1905, this book is a close observation of the U.S.-Japanese relationships. At the Iwo Jima War, there was a soldier putting in a flag, and he wrote about this, and James Bradley wrote about this incident. So he said that the Chinese-Japanese War and the Pacific War and the Korean War all occurred because of the U.S.'s support for China. And then in the Cairo Declaration, there is this statement: in due course, Korea will be independent. In the draft of the U.S., it is immediately instead of in due course. So Chancellor Churchill erases and changes it to the words in due course. Why do you think he did that? Because Churchill thought that if U.S. liberates the colony of Japan, it means it has the intention of liberalizing all the colonies of Europe in the post-war regime. That was the judgment of UK. So that was why the words were changed to in due course. And that was how the British Commonwealth was created. If it was immediately instead of in due course, then the Commonwealth system of UK could not have been created. In India or Pakistan, the de facto head of the state is the Queen of UK, Queen of the Britain, and has the ultimate authority. So what about the Chinese politician Chiang Kai-shek? He opposes against having Joseon independent because he is arguing that Joseon is subject to China. This is the same position as Lee Hong-jang. Frequently, Chiang Kai-shek's, it's known that Chiang Kai-shek supported the independence of Joseon in the Cairo Declaration, but that is a misunderstanding. It was actually led by the U.S. And then there was a Korean War and the Korea-U.S. alliance, and it was literally the one-man show of President Lee Seung-man. And then there was the historical events, including the Vietnam War and the dispatch to Iraq. And when you look at this photo, this is a photo of the Beijing Winter Olympics. This has created some conflict in Korea. Around the flag, you see a Korean woman in a Korean costume, or a Chinese woman in a Korean costume, and this created a lot of controversy and opposition in Korea, saying that China is looking at Korea as a vassal state of China. In 2017, President Xi Jinping and President Trump at a state dinner, President Xi Jinping said for 10 minutes that Korea is part of China, according to President Trump in his press interview after the dinner state. So the perception of China and its leadership is very unique. And as you've all said, it is a value alliance, and it is now heading toward alliance of economy, society, and technology. When we think of development dictatorship, for example, that of President Park Chung-hee, some people say that that was what led to the economic growth of Korea. But I think the value of U.S., such as freedom and market economy and free enterprise, has been the main factors that led to the development of Korea. So in this equation, American value plus development dictatorship equals the economic development of Korea. And so what are the two tasks that face the Korea-U.S. alliance? The first is about the American values that are, and also those that deny the American values of freedom and market economy. The official stance of Korea could be misunderstood because of this political force and political rhetoric. So from the American standpoint, they might be at a loss and might misunderstand the position of Korea. So when we think of the Korea-US alliance, it is not limited to the ideological domain. It is a matter of survival. So related to security, both the Republicans and the Democrats in the US have no disagreement. So likewise, for both the ruling and opposing parties of Korea, I think it is important to come to a consensus and comply with the goals and the detailed policies of the Korea-US alliance. And I like to urge that the noise surrounding the alliance is not helpful. And also, there's a negative view of the Korea-US and Japan alliance, putting history liquidation at the forefront. But let's take a look. When you look at the Pacific strategic assets of US are mainly deployed in Japan. And in case a war breaks out on the Korean Peninsula, it is virtually impossible to carry out a successful war without the cooperation of Japan. So the history issue should be separated to have a pragmatic approach. When we look at Europe, France and the US had waged a war for over 100 years. France and Germany also waged a long-standing war. Germany and the UK as well. From the First World War, they were confronting each other. Nevertheless, they're now on a friendly relationship. Likewise, Korea and Japan should put the tragic history to the past and move forward. And based on that, the Korea-US-Japan tripartite alliance should be strengthened. Next, on the Korea-US-Japan alliance and G8. If Korea becomes a member of the G8, then eventually the Korea-US-Japan alliance will become a G8 alliance. Therefore, this will become much stronger and solid and even untouchable. So, Korea joining the G8 is also a favorable choice for the security of the US and Japan. Therefore, I believe that the US and Japan should actively persuade other G7 countries so that Korea could become a member of the G8. The Korea-US-Japan Triangle Alliance will serve as a starting point for Korea to become a global player. And the recent weaponry export agreements with Poland and the recent arms cooperation with Poland is attracting attention worldwide. And in this process, cooperation with the US is something that is truly necessary. Next is on Korea-US alliance and the Korea-China relations. Currently, under the mutual confrontation, there is no position that we can take in the middle. We have to take side. Machiavelli once said that a vague situation will lead to destruction. And there's also the so-called rule of engagement. In rules of engagement 2, if it's an evident enemy, you must fire. And the second principle is, and shoot if there is, for example, if you're not certain they are our ally, then shoot as well. So if we're in a vague situation, it means that we will get shot by both sides. So this is the same like a bat in the Aesop tales. You can never be in between. So which side should we take? When you look at the Korean Peninsula, we have the North Korea-China alliance and the Korea-US alliance, and the North Korean nuke is a clear and present danger. So in this situation, asking which side we're going to take is an question that has its answer already given. China demands us not to side with the US, but then who will provide us with a nuclear umbrella? So I think this is something that is not debatable. And now I'd like to conclude. Why is Korea-US alliance important to all of us? It is important to Korea and also meaningful and significant to the US. From the security perspective, Korea will be provided with a nuclear umbrella, and the US will have an outpost of its mainland defense. When there is an attack, it can make an immediate counterattack and also detect any movements of long-range missiles. So the Korea will be a critical outpost of defending mainland US. And also in economy, we could enable industrial cooperation. For example, we could think of the example of a currency swap between Korea and US. And lastly, there is the value of freedom and democracy. US and Korea share the values of freedom. As I said, has adopted the value and the system of US. And from the least developed countries of the world, it became one of the top economic powers of the world. From the US perspective, Korea has been a very important success case of its value and its system. Therefore, the American system and American value in order to make it valuable and prove it to be workable, the system and value of Korea should also be supported and safeguarded by the United States, which is also in line with its national interest. So I believe that the Korea-US alliance should continue to be supported and valued. CEO Song Ki-yong of Yonhap News Agency and the executives of Yonhap, I'd once again like to extend gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your valuable insights, Chairman Choi. 최준경 회장님, 좋은 말씀 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you for your very valuable comments.
Short on time. In a year like this year, and especially in the month of June, we need to remember the countless Koreans and Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice to protect our freedom and democracy. Moreover, the future of Asia hinges on the fate of American forces stationed on this very peninsula. It is worth noting that the Korean Peninsula stands as the only battlefield where Chinese Communist forces have ever directly engaged American troops. Let us draw inspiration from the writer George Orwell. People sleep peaceably in their beds at night only because rough men stand ready to do violence on their behalf. It is through their unwavering commitment and selfless dedication that we are able to enjoy the tranquility we experience today, knowing that they are prepared to confront adversity on our behalf. I am honored to present to you the United States Forces Korea Deputy Commander, Lieutenant General Scott Floyds.
안녕하십니까. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a privilege to join you here today at the 9th Annual Yonhap News Symposium. And on behalf of General LaCamera, we are celebrating the 70th anniversary of the U.S. ROC Alliance. To the Yonhap News Agency and for the Ministry of Unification, thank you for extending me the honor of speaking today on such a momentous occasion. I have 3 points to discuss today: Yonhap News Agency's contributions to the Korean security, the 70th anniversary of the ROC-U.S. Alliance, and the future of the ROC-U.S. Alliance. For over 43 years, Yonhapnews has outpaced other news agencies as a window of news to all of the world, delivering real-time, balanced, and factual news to a global audience in 7 different languages: Korean, English, Chinese, Japanese, French, Spanish, and Arabic. Your organization has partnered with 83 news agencies in 70 different countries to bring the latest news from the Korean Peninsula to the world, including many, many American service members who have strong ties or strong connections to the Republic of Korea, either through service, family, or both. They appreciate the information you provide. Yonhapnews strives to be a platform of stability in the midst of turbulent airwaves of the news, raising the bar for global media with their fast, accurate, and impartial coverage. Of crucial importance, Yonhap makes every effort to communicate Korean issues to amplify scholarly understanding of the threat posed by DPRK. As the DPRK continues to pursue threat capabilities with global reach, global audiences will continue to turn to Yonhap to stay informed. UNC, CFC, USFK service members and their families understand Korean security issues better because of your efforts, and for that I thank Yonhap. Your coverage of DPRK's efforts to undermine the rules-based international order leads me to my next topic, the 70th anniversary of our alliance. Although the Korean Armistice Agreement was signed on July 27, 1953, which built upon the inception of the alliance, the U.S. commitment to defend the Republic of Korea actually started 73 years ago when the United Nations Security Council Resolutions 83, 84, and 85 led to the formation of the United Nations Command on June 27 of 1950. President Truman designated General MacArthur as the commander of the United Nations forces and ordered U.S. air and naval forces to South Korea. On 1 July 1950, soldiers from Task Force Smith boarded C-54s to defend a country they never knew and a people they never met. The first battle U.S. soldiers fought was the Battle of Osan on July 5, 1950. On October 25, 1952, Republican presidential nominee and future president Dwight D. Eisenhower delivered his "I Shall Go to Korea" speech in Detroit, Michigan, where he swore to visit Korea to view the situation and bring the conflict in Korea to an end. Although the crucible of combat forged the beginnings of the U.S.-ROK alliance, it was the formal signing of the Mutual Defense Treaty in 1953 that codified our commitment to the alliance. We celebrate the alliance with our nation's ironclad commitments, but this also serves to remind us that the armistice did not end the Korean War. While the peninsula is still in an armistice, the DPRK continues to develop capabilities that threaten the peace and stability of the Korean Peninsula and the rest of the world. Over the past 2 years, the DPRK launched an unprecedented number of missiles, up to 10 times more in 2022 than in 2021. Now, in just the past 5 months, over 20 missile tests have challenged the regional security of Northeast Asia. The DPRK's action should be viewed as nothing but provocation. Their national intent is on subverting regional peace and prosperity, and that is clear. In the face of this ongoing threat, the ROK-US alliance remains as important as ever to the sovereignty of both of our nations. U.S. Forces Korea will maintain our commitment to the alliance, which has endured since the Korean War, and will never take that for granted. This is seen by the United States' commitment to extended deterrence to the ROK with a full range of U.S. capabilities as specified in the Washington Declaration. According to the United States Secretary of Defense Austin, we still face ongoing challenges from North Korea, including its dangerous and destabilizing missile testing program, and from others who would undermine the rules-based international order. He also underscored the U.S. commitment to the defense of the ROK is ironclad, and so is our extended deterrence commitment to the Republic of Korea, which includes a full range of U.S. capabilities, including conventional, nuclear, and missile defense capabilities. Even recently, President Biden reaffirmed that the United States' commitment to the ROK and the Korean people is enduring and ironclad, and that any nuclear attack by the DPRK against the ROK will be met with a swift, overwhelming and decisive response. Over the 70 years of the alliance, we have accomplished so much together. With our shared common values, we have stood side by side in many endeavors. The Republic of Korea and the United States is a key partnership in world affairs, and South Korea ranks as the 10th largest economy in the world. This brings me to my final point, the future of our alliance. The alliance remains ready to protect the shared interests of our two nations. The ROC has a vibrant democracy. It is a pillar of security, stability, and peace in Northeast Asia. As President Yoon has outlined, South Korea is well on its way to becoming a global pivotal state. What South Korea has accomplished is worth defending. Based on previous experience, we need to expect more provocations, and our militaries must be prepared together to protect the freedom, prosperity, and lives of our two nations. On June 16th of this year, the USS Michigan, a nuclear-powered guided missile submarine capable of carrying 150 Tomahawk missiles, made an appearance in the warm shores of Busan. This class of SSGN serves two objectives: deterrence and reassurance. These platforms can remain submerged for 2 to 3 months at a time before returning to base for fuel. Typically, they remain hidden and do not come to the surface at port. The Michigan's visit is intended to reassure the Korean people they remain protected by the full spectrum of the United States' capabilities. Upon its arrival in the port of Busan, the ROC and U.S. conducted drills to boost joint and special operations capabilities. As stated in the Washington Declaration, the United States will enhance the regular visibility of strategic assets to the Korean Peninsula, which is one of the many reasons why our alliance has grown far beyond the Korean Peninsula. And in the near future, you can expect another show of the U.S. commitment to extended deterrence by a port visit by the nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine. Ultimately, this shows the United States' commitment to the alliance is ironclad. Additionally, our two presidents have initiated a new nuclear consultative group to strengthen extended deterrence, discuss nuclear and strategic planning, and manage the DPRK threat to the non-proliferation regime. Finally, future exercises between U.S. Strategic Command, USFK, and the currently forming ROK Strategic Command will ensure synchronization of these efforts. As we deter together and as our alliance continues to expand, we will keep building on our commitments, not only to the security of Northeast Asia, but also to a free and open Indo-Pacific and a free and open global commons. That being said, this may require the alliance to build greater strategic depth, enhance international cooperation, and provide greater support to the rules-based international order that has brought us so much prosperity to the U.S. and the Republic of Korea. Our leaders have been actively engaged in seeking trilateral cooperation between Korea, the U.S., and Japan. Secretary Austin has also stated his desire to step up on our exercises and training as a combined force that looks to increase our security cooperation between Korea, U.S., and Japan. The transformation of our alliance from a bilaterally focused system to one that thinks, operates, and trains in joint, multinational, interagency, and multi-domain environments will not only deter DPRK, but other adversaries and competitors as well. For the past 73 years, there have been U.S. service members stationed on the Korean Peninsula. I can think of no better display of our commitment to the alliance. Thank you again for all you do each and every day to support our alliance, our governments, their service members, and their families. We go together. Kapchi kapshida.
General Floyd, thank you. This concludes our session, and I would like to sincerely thank all the speakers for sharing their expertise and insights. In that regard, I would like to express my deepest appreciation also to Yonhap for providing this special opportunity. 이것으로 특별 세션을 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
This concludes the special session. It was a rainy day. Nevertheless, I'd like to thank you for being here with us. The 70th anniversary of the Korea-U.S. alliance of this year and also June, which is a commemorative month of the patriotic martyrs, makes this event all the more meaningful. I'd like to thank all of you who have made this event possible. And to the speakers and also Executive Director Kim Yoon-hee, please give a big round of applause. And I hope the session has been a meaningful opportunity to remember the significance of the 70th anniversary year of the Korea-US alliance. And now Minister of Foreign Affairs Park Jin will deliver his keynote speech. Please greet him with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까, 여러분.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Foreign Minister Park Jin. Together with the Yonhap News Agency and Ministry of Unification, the 9th Yonhap News Symposium on Korean Future is taking place. So I'd like to thank you for inviting me to this symposium. CEO Song Ki-yong of Yonhap News Agency, as well as all the officials and executives, I'd like to pay tribute to all your contributions and also extend gratitude and also congratulations.
Some guests, including U.S. Ambassador Philip Goldberg, Chairman Choi Jung-kyung of Korea Medical Association, and Lieutenant General Scott Ployce, Deputy Commander of the U.S. Forces Korea. And in particular, Ambassador Goldberg will not be here reflecting on the success of President Yoon's state visit, had it not been for your tremendous work. I appreciate your efforts. 다음 세션에 사회를 맡아주시고 발표해 주실 분들께도
And I also like to extend gratitude to all the speakers and former Foreign Minister Yoon Byung-se, and also former Minister of Unification Hong Young-pyo, and also Chairman and founder of the Korea Peninsula Future Forum Chun Young-woo, who you have led the history of Korea, and also Honorable National Assembly Member Yoon Sang-yeon and Lee Sang-min, who have long served at the National Assembly, especially made the most sincere advice to the political direction, and also to Secretary General Seok Dong-yeon, Professor Lee Shin-hwa, and Professor Lee Hyo-won. You are truly the leading academics of the future of Korea. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we say we live in an era of complex crises. We feel this at every moment. We see the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This is being prolonged for 16 months. Last week, the Wagner Group's leader has also made a rebel. And in North Korea, it is making so-called satellite launches, and the competition between US and China has now become a major constant of international relations. It's not only in the conventional security. Canada, from May, is suffering from a record high wildfire, and a massive amount is burning, and the skies of even the US is covered in gray. High technology is the subject of competition. We're seeing a disruption in the supply chain. Climate change, food security, the energy crises are all adding to the insecurity and instability of international relations. And in many parts of the world, freedom and democracy are being threatened. When you look at this reshuffling of the international order and the complex crisis, human rights, freedom, and the rules-based system are also factors that make the countries that share them create solidarity. In this sense, the Korea-US alliance should lead an alliance of freedom. In this sense, this symposium, as it marks the 70th anniversary of the Korea-US alliance, is truly meaningful in that we discuss the present and future of the Korean Peninsula. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Korea-US alliance commemorates its 70th year. In Korea, 70 years of age has significance in that it is a truly memorable and remarkable year to celebrate for its longevity. Back in the past, President Truman said that in front of the threat of communism, Korea was like fire in front of the wind. And to safeguard South Korea, we have decided to engage in the war. President Yoon and at the Harvard Kennedy School, Professor Joseph Nye had a conversation. The topic was whether the U.S. diplomacy was ethical and moral based on his publication. Professor Nye said that the Etchison said that President Truman's decision to join the Korean War is an example that the U.S. diplomacy is ethical. About 1.9 million UN troops, including about 176 U.S. troops, came to Korea, and a massive amount of them lost their lives or were injured or were lost. The youth of both South Korea and U.S. to safeguard freedom, they shed their blood and sweat, and that was the cornerstone of the Korea-U.S. alliance. The 3 years Korean War created ruins in Korea, and the founding president of Lee Seung-man, together with President Eisenhower, continued in a long negotiation. President Eisenhower said that with the peace treaty, the mutual defense treaty should be signed, and based on that, he has decided to provide a long-term economic assistance. The diplomacy and commitment of President Lee Seung-man had led to the groundwork of free democracy of Korea. The robust security foundation of Korea-U.S. alliance has enabled Korea to mature its democracy. Free market and democracy has also led to our economic prosperity. In the past, we were an least developed country, a recipient country, and now we have emerged as a donor country of foreign aid. Together with G7 advanced nations, Korea is joining the top-ranking 8 countries of the world. And this has been possible because of the success of the Korea-U.S. alliance. The per capita income of $30,000 and 50 million population. In terms of this, Korea is only one out of the only 7 in the world. The economic power of Korea is top 10, and hard power is top 6. And semiconductor market share is world's 2nd. Semiconductor is called the future oil. And we have made a most dramatic development. The Mutual Defense Treaty of 70 years ago was not a unilateral support. It was a co-effort, co-commitment to safeguard the security of Pacific region. After the World War II, there was the Vietnamese War, the Gulf War, and the Iraqi War, and the Afghanistan War. Korea is one of the few countries that have sent its troops to these wars. Even at this very moment, the youth of both Korea and U.S. are at the demilitarized zone of Korea. The Korea-U.S. alliance is at the forefront of prosperity as well.
And we are looking at a new breeze in the liberal democratic order. And in 2012, Korea and the United States have established the FTA. With the effectuation of the FTA, Korea and the United States become an economic alliance. And since the FTA was effectuated, the bilateral trade volume increased by 2-fold. And our investments in the U.S. increased by 3 times, while the U.S. invested 2 times more to Korea. And if you look at companies like Samsung Electronics, SK, and Hyundai Motors Group, LG Electronics, and the Hanwha Group, these are the representative Korean companies that do semiconductors business, the automobile business, and the batteries business. And they make investment of $700 billion into the United States. SK On and the Ford Motors Company have come up with a joint venture to set up battery factory in Kentucky and Tennessee. And they were able to secure about 12 trillion won in the subsidies of the support fund from the U.S. government. So we are looking at the great synergies being created by Korean and the U.S. companies. We are having a very close relationship in securities and economic affairs. And we're looking at more the facilitated exchanges in culture as well. Korean youth have grown watching the U.S. baseball games, and while in the United States, youth are watching the Squid Game drama, as well as listening to the Korean pop songs such as BTS, K-drama, the K-pops, and K-beauty and K-food. These are some of the Korean cultures that have become household names in the places around the world. K-culture makes Korea a very attractive nation, and it represents the great soft power that Korea has in the global scene. Bilateral exchange is very important, but we believe that the two countries have become more close in their hearts as well. According to a survey by Eurasian, 83% of the Korean people say that they find the United States to be very friendly. 1 year ago, President Yoon Suk-yeol and President Biden came together, and they elevated the Chorus Alliance to a global strategic alliance. They have issued a joint statement for that. A global alliance means that the geographical scope of the Chorus Alliance goes beyond the Korean Peninsula and the Pacific Ocean. It reaches to places around the world. Comprehensive alliance means that the scope of cooperation is going to encompass military cooperation, economic cooperation, human exchanges, as well as other global cooperations as well. So we're looking at a worldwide reach in our alliance. By being strategic, our alliance is going to share the common strategic values, and they're going to work together to maintain and strengthen the global order that is in place. So the two countries have developed a partnership to the best level ever, and this is because we are a value-based alliance. Based on the shared interest, we promote the same goal. This happens often with allies, but if you look at the durability and the resilience of the alliance that is pursued by countries that have shared values, it's going to be a whole new different arena. And I think this strategic and comprehensive alliance is best represented by the state visit of President Yoon and Madam Kim to the United States. And this is the first the state visit in the year, and the second state visit was just made by Prime Minister Modi of India last week. And President Biden welcomed President Yoon and his wife wholeheartedly. As part of the first itinerary, President Yoon has laid wreath and the commemorative the monument of the Korean War veterans. And this is a memorable event that has really highlighted the importance of the Korea-U.S. alliance. And the personal relationship between the two countries, which is so close, has been further strengthened. At the state dinner, President Yoon Suk-yeol sang a pop song, American Pie, and they sang together with their shoulders joined together. And the YouTube, the video footage has hit more than 2 million views. And this is a representative case of the diplomatic efforts of Korea. The American Pie was able to hit top 50 amongst the classics longs list in the Billboard chart. Was outside 200 in the ranking, but it jumped up to 50. And Prime Minister Modi has actually said that I envied because I wish I could sing better. And you can see that this is actually the very positive outcome achieved by the efforts of the two leaders. Alliance in action is a catchphrase that the two countries promote. And in the 5 core areas, the two countries have come up with various support cooperation measures. In military and security matters, the Washington Declaration, the implementation capability of the extended deterrence has been strengthened significantly. And the alliance has been enhanced to promote to the level of nuclear-based alliance. And as a consultative body, we have set up a new Korea-U.S. the NCG, the consultative body. And through the NCG, the two countries are able to engage in discussions involving the nuclear weapons and conventional weapons of Korea, and nuclear assets of the United States will be put together for a implementation to realize the extended deterrence on the Korean Peninsula. The U.S. has never acknowledged such the extended deterrence commitment in writing with any other nations around the world. So this is the first of its kind. The two countries have also decided to expand the alliance relations to reach out to the cyberspace and the virtual space as well. And this security framework is going to be aimed at strengthening the cooperation in the virtual space. And this is going to be the new era of alliance being set up in the areas that we're going to target the future.
In the economic sector, amid the international uncertainty, through the industrial and economic alliance of the two allies, we will make a most critical direction in battery and EV and high technologies. So we will be able to secure a hospitable supply chain. And to cooperative systems for semiconductor, we will have a stable and also a robust supply chain. President Biden, in the IRA and in the Semiconductor Act, he has mentioned related to these legislations that it will be a new source of opportunity, and for that he has committed his support. During that, President Yoon has made a very important role. The investment of Netflix and also $3.4 billion worth of additional investment has led to a total of more than $9.5 billion worth of investment, which created a cooperative network of economy. Thirdly, in high technology partnership has also been strengthened between the two countries. AI, quantum technology, and cyber and the space. And this high technology and innovative power will determine the future security capability of nations. So, alliance of nations sharing common values is most critical and necessary. Through technological collaboration and solidarity, we will continue to be at the sparing leadership of high technology and also take a leadership in creating new international standardization. The NSC of Korea and that of US will lead the next generation new technology dialogue, and we will launch it for the space and the quantum area, which is a future source of investment. We have also adopted a new statement. In the second half of this year, the Space Agency and NASA of Korea will continue its full-fledged cooperation in the domain of space. Fourthly, for the future generation, we will strengthen our human-based exchange. Common fiscal support from both Korea and US will help the technology and engineering resources of both both Korea and US. This will enable the youth generation of both Korea and US. They could visit each other's country for up to 18 months, and this will introduce a so-called West program, and the volume will be expanded from 2,000 to 2,500. And during the state visit, I also met Korean students who were part of the West program. They said that they could realize their dream and they could get closer to their dream. And for that, they truly wished that the Korea-US alliance continues to play an important role as a foundation. When you look at the regional and global partnerships, it is also important to note that our partnerships have strengthened. Last year, President Yoon has announced Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy, and at the end of May, the first 18th Pacific nation states had a summit meeting with Korea, and this has been a mark of the beginning of Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy. Next year, for the first time for Korea and 54 African nations will have a special summit meeting. It will be open and hospitable and comprehensive. Indo-Pacific order and international order should be created. For that, the Korea and US alliance will have a bigger role to play, not only to respond against the North Korean threat, but also for the regional order to make efficient responses and preparations. US, Korea, Japan tripartite cooperation is also being strengthened. Soon, U.S. has made an invitation for the tripartite summit meeting. This will be a new turning point for the trilateral cooperation to meet against climate change and collaboration for development assistance and development cooperation. We will make greater efforts. Based on the record high ODA budget, we will realize our vision as a global pivotal state. The Korean government, during the recent state visit to the U.S., has laid the foundation and provided the blueprint for a new chapter for the U.S.-Korea alliance. And at the Congress speech, President Yoon has emphasized that Korea and the U.S. should safeguard the freedom of the global citizen and should play the role of a global compass. President Yoon's government will contribute to the global peace and prosperity as a global pivotal state, and it will actively lead the role as a GPS of the international community. One example is last March for the second Summit of Democracy of 4 major nations, and the third summit meeting will take place in Korea next year. A rules-based international order should be strengthened, and a consensus will be reaffirmed at Korea next year. As a global pivotal state, and for that commitment, we have received the support of the international community. So for 2024 and 2025, we have been elected as a non-standing member of the Security Council of UN. Despite the threats of North Korea, the national security and the UN Security Council has not been able to play its role. But we will urge China to play its appropriate role, and also we believe that this will strengthen and solidify the tripartite cooperation between Korea, US, Japan. A stable US-China relations in international orders is also a critical issue for Korea as well. Recently, Secretary of State Blinken visited China, and this is showing US's commitment, as always China's commitment, for a stable bilateral relationship. I think I had a phone call with Secretary Blinken before and after his visit to China, and related to the Chinese relationship, we confirmed our commitment for close collaboration. And we will continue our strategic communication with China. We will mutually respect each other and ensure hospitality and create a mature and sound China-Korean relationship. The world peace and freedom and prosperity is at the cornerstone of the Korea-US alliance. And for that, the complete denuclearization of North Korea is something that we must realize. Unfortunately, in North Korea, it is taking an opposite role from freedom and prosperity.
It has suppressed the freedom and human rights. It has brought the economic to the rubbles, and it is obsessed with nuclear weapons development as opposed to a threat to the global peace. And with nuclear weapons, North Korea is bringing out threats to the world. And the peace North Korea is pursuing is not the real peace. With our strong might, we should be protecting the peace. That is the real peace that we should be upholding. We should deal with North Korea's provocation in a stern manner, and we should still open the table for dialogue. As he said in the audacious initiative, President Yoon said that if North Korea chooses to take the path towards denuclearization, and we will be willing to provide a full package to resuscitate the North Korean economy. And also the North Korean human rights situations should be known to places around the world. And such efforts to let people know about this is going to result in improving the human rights situation in North Korea. The Korea and the United States believe that human rights should be improved in the North, and that alliance should contribute to reunification of the Korean Peninsula. And the peaceful reunification between the two Koreas should be based on liberal democracy and freedom. Freedom is threatened in North Korea and also in other parts of the world. The Russia-Ukraine war is a violation of the international law because the Russia chooses to use force to change the status quo. The Republic of Korea has condemned such provocation by Russia to the Ukraine. At the G7 summit held in Hiroshima, President Yoon met with President Zelensky of Ukraine. It's mentioned that the Korean government is going to cooperate with the international community so that peace and stability will be restored for the people of Ukraine. And South Korea is also going to provide just active support for the recovery of the Ukraine economy. And South Korea has provided $100 million of support to Ukraine, and additional package measures will be provided to Ukraine. This includes power generation and landmine removal facilities, and also transportation vehicles that Ukraine desperately needs. Ukraine is undergoing the difficulties that we have experienced before, and their pain is our pain. And in the Washington, D.C., there is a South Korean War Memorial Monument, and it is inscribed. There is an inscription that says, "Freedom is not free." And the freedom, the peace, and the prosperity that we enjoy today is not something that's been given to us. It is something that we fought to secure for the last 70 years. Korea and the United States fought together to secure those values. The liberal democracy and the free market are the common values that we shared at the Chorus Alliance. We have cherished these values and tried to promote these values. The Chorus Alliance will seek to protect the peace with the force. And with changes to the restructuring that's going in the global order, such as supply chain reshuffling and so on, I think a more role is required to be played by the Chorus Alliance. In April this year, President Yoon Suk-yeol made a successful state visit to the United States, and I think he is rising to meet the needs coming from this new era. And based on the shared values of Korea and the United States, the two countries should be making great strides into the future together. And in this, I ask for your active support to the members of the academia as well as the public officials. We ask for your active support in our endeavors in the future. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
네, 기조연설 해주신
Thank you, the Minister Park Jin of the Foreign Affairs Ministries. Please give the Minister another big round of applause. And now we'd like to take a break for about 10 minutes, and we hope to meet you again see you again at we'll soon be ready to begin the next session. And we believe that we are now ready. And this is going to be the first session. The first session is going to deal with the direction of reorganizing the international order and the increased importance of the Indo-Pacific strategy. And the session will be moderated by the chairman, Yoon Byung-se of the Near Global Survey Project and the former Minister of Foreign Affairs. Presentation and discussions will be made by Representative Yoon Sang-hyun, Representative Lee Sang-min, Chairman Chun Young-ho of the Korean Peninsula Future Forum, and Mr. Woo Jung-yup, Director General for Strategy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Please give a big hand to the panelists. Yes, and the moderator of session 1 is Chairman Yoon Byung-se, Chairman of the Near Global Survey Project and former Minister of Foreign Affairs. He served as a Deputy Foreign Minister, Chief of Policy Coordination at the Cheongwade at the NSC, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and invited Professor at Seogang University. And now I hand over the microphone to Chairman Yoon Byung-se, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, to moderate session 1. Well, I'm delighted to be here today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your moderator for session 1, and I'm former Foreign Minister Yoon Byung-se. And currently, we are faced with a complex crisis, and this is indeed a time of great transformation. President Biden said we are passing an inflection point, and the German Chancellor said this is going to be a seismic, we're going to bring our seismic changes to the global landscape. To many countries, including Korea, we believe that the change is going to persist for quite some time, and the next 10 years is going to be quite a decisive year for, period for all of us. Indo-Pacific region is at the center of these changes, despite this Russia and Ukraine war is going on, the U.S. State Department has said that a seismic change is going to occur beginning in the Indo-Pacific region. And this is going to involve a number of security issues, economic issues, value chain issues, and the common value issues. Yoon Suk-yeol's government was established 1 year ago, and it has dealt with proactively to respond to these challenges and came up with a comprehensive Indo-Pacific strategy. And it has established a national strategy, the plan as well. And this requires the summit diplomacy at many fronts, including bilateral trade, the diplomacy with the U.S., G7 trade, the diplomacy, and so on. And as was mentioned by the Indo-Pacific coordinator at the NSC in the morning, the tripartite meeting will be held in the summer between Korea, U.S., and Japan. And the U.S. and China are not going to aspire to pursue decoupling, but they're pursuing derailing. They're going to pursue this head-on-head confrontations, and they're going to pursue more stable management of the current situation. So we're having hopeful forecast for that as well. And if you look at the topic of today's session 1, the directions of reorganizing international order and increasing importance of the Indo-Pacific strategy, this is going to be a very important session because we're going to reflect on the 70 years of alliance relationship, and we're going to think about the new ecosystem to be established between the neighboring countries surrounding the Korean Peninsula. We're going to seek wisdom in pursuing the new path. And the complex crisis is going to be best presented by the 4 panelists who have joined us today. They come from the National Assembly, academia, and the media. And Mr. Yoon Sang-hyun is a 4-time elected the lawmaker of the National Assembly, and he's a member of the Foreign Affairs and Unification Subcommittee. And he has served as the chairman of the subcommittee of the diplomacy, and he is the National Assembly's best expert on foreign affairs and reunification. And also he has served in the parliamentary diplomacy as well, engaging with the lawmakers of Japan and other countries. And he has also served in the international relations society as well. Mr. Lee Sang-hyun, the representative of the National Assembly, he's a 5-time elected the lawmaker. He's a member of the Foreign Affairs and Unification, the committee at the National Assembly, and he has also served, has led actually the Korea-Japan, the parliamentarians the meeting. And he is also part of the 4th Industrial Revolutions Committee at the National Assembly as the joint chairman. And Mr. Woo Jung-yup is the 3rd presenter today. And he has served as a senior researcher at the Sejong Institute. And since last year, he has served as the Director General for Strategy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And he has formulated the Indo-Pacific Strategy, Global Pivotal State Initiative, and other major initiatives by the new government. The fourth presenter is from he's Chun Young-woo. He's a chairman and the founder of the Korean Peninsula Future Forum. And he has served in the Foreign Affairs Ministry for 30 years. And he served as the chief negotiator at the six-party talks. And he was instrumental in coming up with engaging in discussions for the September 19th Joint Declaration. He has served as ambassadors, and he has also served as the presidential senior secretary
그러면은 첫 번째
during the President Lee Myung-bak era and so on. Now I'd like to invite the first presenter to begin the discussion. The Representative Yoon Sang-hyun, please go ahead.
예. 국민의힘 윤
I am Yoon Sang-hyun of the People's Power Party. 70 years of U.S.-ROK alliance, the present and future of the Korean Peninsula, and the Yonhapnews Symposium on Korean future. I congratulate you on the opening, and to CEO Song Kyo and the executives, I'd like to extend gratitude and congratulations. When you think of the reorganized international order and the Indo-Pacific strategy, is a topic of my presentation. And Honorable former Minister Yoon and National Assembly Member Lee Sang-min and Chairman Chun Young-woo and Director General Yonhap, I'd also like to thank you and welcome. The Indo-Pacific strategy of President Yoon at next November 5th, it has been officially launched as the Indo-Pacific strategy of Republic of Korea. As you've listened to Minister Park Jin's speech, the Indo-Pacific strategy is be a doctrine of Korea, and it will be a watershed point for the Yoon Suk-yeol administration. And the strategic paradox has been the basis of the previous administration for not joining, but now this is Moscow's region. 60% of the population and 60% of the world trade is taking place, and all future strategic industries are being led by many nations of the region. It is truly a center of economy. So not only in terms of economy, but also in geopolitical situation, in the Indo-Pacific region, the relationship and presence of ROK is to strengthen its presence, and this is gaining a lot of interest worldwide. The diplomatic direction of President Yoon pursues the global pivotal state through its Indo-Pacific strategy. Not only with summit meetings with the U.S. and Japan and the tripartite meeting, it has also attended the G7 and also had summit meetings with the EU countries. It is now going beyond the most narrowed diplomacy. Last May, for the first time since its administration, together with 14 Pacific Island states, they were invited to Seoul. We have held a summit meeting, and last week there was a state visit to France and Vietnam, which has also expanded our diplomatic domain. With France, in terms of our Indo-Pacific strategy, we reconfirmed our collaboration, and in the state visit to Vietnam, the previous comprehensive strategic partnership were to be further developed through practical plans, and also collaboration, and also free for threats against North Korea, and also free navigation were some areas of achievement in the visit to Vietnam. It has truly contributed to diplomacy, but at the same time, it is faced with many challenges. The Indo-Pacific strategy, when it was announced by Korea, some said that the administration of President Yoon is pursuing value diplomacy and is trying to put China to a corner. The Wang In, diplomatic spokesperson of China, said that it is against any exclusive actions against China. It has expressed a strong opposition. And also, another personnel has expressed that Korea is siding with the U.S. But when we look at the Indo-Pacific strategy of Korea and any concerns that it is against China, as we look at the diplomatic history with China, it is a misunderstanding and misinterpretation of the Indo-Pacific strategy. In the main statements, in prosperity and peace in Indo-Pacific strategy, in the Indo-Pacific region, we will follow a rules-based direction of mutual respect and hospitality for a more sound and mature relationship with China. This is clearly stipulated. China is Korea's largest trading partner, so mutual interest and national interest should be pursued simultaneously. We are never to exclude or contain against China. And U.S., as it sets strategic competitive force, China as a strategic competitive force in its Indo-Pacific strategy. And also when compared with Japan's strategy, there are differences. Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy is based on inclusion and also comprehensiveness and reciprocity. And China will also be regarded as a partner of cooperation and also partner for co-prosperity. So we should not ignore this background. And it should not be a misunderstanding of the Indo-Pacific strategy of the Republic of Korea. President Yoon is focusing his diplomatic power to make this clear. Unfortunately, the Indo-Pacific strategy of President Yoon's administration, last June 8th, the Chinese ambassador in Korea had created controversy, and the Korea-U.S. relations had now is faced with a somewhat difficult situation. There have been concerns of U.S.'s challenge against China, and also ambassador of China stated that that is not the responsibility of China, and Korea is making a wrong bet for the U.S. And this has frozen the bilateral relations. And ambassador of China said that this is not necessarily pointing toward the Korean government. It said that it is just a couple of forces that tries to exclude China and bet toward U.S. He said that this was not to solely criticize the Korean government. First of all, both governments should refrain from future conflict. When you look at this cold phase between the two countries, we should take this as an opportunity to improve bilateral relations, and the solution should be in diplomacy. Both sides should get together and be frank and honest in their dialogue. The Yoon administration related to the North Korean nuclear issue should be committed and based on the Korea-U.S. alliance. And it should also strengthen the tripartite alliance with China, with U.S., Japan. And it is also working on its relations with China at the same time. This is understood by China. It will work any channels of dialogue for the North Korean nuclear issue, and we should try to pave a way to clear this misunderstanding. And I think this is a role the Yoon Suk-yeol administration should play. Within the region, we should pursue a comprehensive and inclusive framework, and we should pursue a common interest with China. We should contribute to the long-term peace of the Indo-Pacific region, and this will be a leverage to improve the relationship with China as well. And now I would like to conclude. The Indo-Pacific strategy of President Yoon Suk-yeol administration is reflective of the new trends of the world. As a member of the Indo-Pacific region, we should set the future course and be active to pursue it. But in terms of the stress and pressure and opposition from China, as we face such challenges, we should be more creative and more specific to overcome such challenges that we face regarding China. In order to overcome the limitations, we have to consider the following. First of all, we must strengthen Korea-US alliance. For an effective Indo-Pacific strategy, we have to utilize multiple mechanisms in the region, and the most powerful one is the Korea-US alliance. We have to set priorities for the success of the Indo-Pacific strategy. For value-sharing countries like US and China and Japan, the same is true, so that we could take a leadership in restructuring the regional order. Secondly, minilateralism should also be vitalized. With US, with Japan and Australia, Vietnam, and other ASEAN countries, we have to create various consultative bodies. The Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, G7 Quad working groups, and other trading supply chain networks with other allies should be also led by Korea. As a minilateralist collaborative body, we have to have a closely knit network in the region so that you can against a stronger power and also have a strategic deterrence. And we should also exert our soft power. We have, in terms of strategic influence, we have improving our position, but we could do more. Hard power, like in addition to hard power, climate change, science and technology, and these soft issues should be preempted for future opportunities. And this will also raise the awareness of neighboring countries and improve their recognition. And we should also have a governmental level, regional bodies to set specific roadmaps. We should set actual governmental bodies. For that, governmental ministries should consult together and also have communicative channels together. On June 23rd, the head of Vietnam and President Yoon had a summit talk. There were many MOUs that were signed, but for the rare minerals, that was a key agenda. High-tech electronic related rare earth is mainly stored in Vietnam. Vietnam is number 2 in terms of its supplier. And this could help with the de-risking. And in our Indo-Pacific strategy, we should also strengthen relationships with other ASEAN countries. President Joe Biden's competition against China was one background for inviting Prime Minister Modi of India. We should also take note of that. We should focus on both regional and international cooperation. And former Secretary Kissinger said that the virtue of diplomacy is neutrality and flexibility. It should not be tilted toward one side. With such diplomacy, we cannot respond to the changes. The Indo-Pacific strategy of President Yoon should pursue dual goals so that on the international stage, we could make greater performance. Thank you.
네, 윤 의원님 감사드립니다.
Thank you, the Honorable Yoon. He talked about the Indo-Pacific strategy of the South Korean government, and he gave us a thorough analysis and represented alternatives with his perspective. And he's also talked about misunderstanding that may have been existing in the China side, and he said that we should try to take this opportunity to deepen the relationship with China in the future. Next, I'd like to invite Honorable Lee Sang-min to give us a talk. Good afternoon, I'm Lee Sang-min, and I am with the Democratic Party of Korea. I would like to draw your attention to the technological rivalry that exists between the United States and China. The US-China rivalry is intensifying. We are looking at the establishment of two strong camps opposing each other. And I think this is a very serious situation, but we need to find a breakthrough and we need a strategy for that. And there are a couple of the academic papers that have dealt with this issue, so I'd like to draw lessons from those papers and give you a talk. And the technological rivalry between U.S. and China is going on in many different fronts, including hardware and software. The U.S. has initiated a number of the frameworks, such as a consultative body between U.S. and European Union, or the semiconductor chips 4. And there are also the other frameworks that is initiated by the United States. That the U.S. is coming up with a global network in which U.S. plays a central role. And of course, China is opposed to do establishments of such frameworks, and China is pursuing One Belt, One Road initiatives, which is a separate the economic domain, which is led by China. So challenges exist before eyes of many surrounding nations. From South Korea's point of view, we are not really in a position to opt for one and discard the other. Rather, we have to look at what the core interest is for Korea and where we should be aligned to for future drivers. And also as a middle power, we need to think about the focal points, the areas where we should focus as a middle power should be identified by the Republic of Korea. In the midst of the U.S.-China rivalry, South Korea is trying to come up with a framework under which economic technological innovations can take place. And also the big tech is taking a very strong grip, making a very strong grip over the economy, and also with China. We have to think, given the China that exists in the global economy, we need to try to come up with a technological norm, international norm, and South Korea needs to play an important role in establishing such a global international norm on these technologies. And the establishment of norm is not about excluding some country, isolating some country. Instead of doing that, we should try to find a way to realize the core prosperity of all the participating countries. It should be inclusive and it should be complex enough to include all. And the Republic of Korea should show leadership in establishing such norms. And as a principle, the principles required for this move in the future, we need to be open. So openness is an important principle. And the second part, we need to be based on the norms. We need to establish and follow the norms. And thirdly, we need to make sure there is this framework, new framework that is established, enables the coexistence of all the participating countries. So to make it possible, we need to make sure that this global, open, and competitive structures remain intact. To do so, we need to be able to actively persuade the United States, as also the neighboring countries. The U.S. centralism tends to stay to be exhibited by the United States. So they believe in their supremacy. They sometimes neglect on the interests of other countries. So we need to exhibit our leadership as a middle power, trying to persuade the United States to look at these issues as well. And also, I believe that the economy was open. We followed the fair rules. We need to continue to do so. And to do so, we need to revisit the existing norms. And we need to actively engage in discussions to revisit and restructure these norms. And these norms should be people-based, human-based. We need to make sure such norms are established, maintained, and pursued by the participating countries. Thirdly, I'd like to say that Korea is a country that provides active ODA support to the developing countries, particularly in the science and technology areas. So we have been active supporters with ODA funds. We need to contribute to the developing countries in that we provide, we are able to pinpoint the needs that these countries have in order to support them. And if you look at the the technological divide between the countries in the region, we have to be mindful of the divide that exists in place. And we need to be able to include these low technology countries to be a part of this technological network. And we need to bring everybody on board in order for the technological ecosystem to be more open, more sustainable, and more dynamic. And we need to persuade the regional countries to participate in this cause. And it is through this that we will be able to actively show the leadership as with the power. And as a global country, we believe that in many parts of the Indo-Pacific strategy, it talks about the mini-lateral, the cooperations, the small, regional cooperation networks that have been pursued. But in the Indo-Pacific region, is very important for us, but we also need to expand, reach beyond that, to think about the G20 levels, the global levels, and the norm establishment and the exchanges that is going on in the global scene is going to be very important in trying to encourage the growth in the Indo-Pacific region. So our efforts are going to encompass all the different areas, including bio and the semiconductors. The exchanges and cooperation that existed previously should be further expanded in the future. And as a middle power, we should be enhancing our status so that we can function as a bridge between developing and developed countries. It is through such efforts we should display our leadership as a middle power. If you think about freedom, the openness, peace and prosperity, coexistence and solidarity, these are the values that we should promote. We need to come up with technological norms based on these values, and we should also aspire to realize these norms being actively implemented. And we need to be very inclusive in expanding the technological cooperations. We need to set up a network to promote such activities. Our diplomatic efforts should be focusing in these areas. With this, I'd like to conclude my talk. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Just as National Assembly Member Lee mentioned,
주신 거.
about coexistence, and he also talked about prosperity, and he also said that we should not be excluding a few countries, and that we should be showing our leadership as a middle power. These are all very important points that requires our close attention.
외교부 전략기관께서
Now I would like to invite the Director General Woo Jong-yup from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to talk about the Indo-Pacific strategy.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Director General for Strategy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'd like to extend my appreciation to all the participants and to the organizers for giving me this very valuable opportunity to present before you today. And also, I would like to thank Chairman Yoon Byung-se for his insight, and also the Honorable Lee Sang-min and Yoon Sung-hyun, who are with the National Assembly. And also I'd like to thank Chairman Chun Young-woo for his very valuable comments as well. Honorable Park Jin talked about, the Minister Park Jin talked about the Indo-Pacific strategy of the Korean government. And if you'd allow, I'd like to talk about the overall framework of the Indo-Pacific strategy, and also about the background on how the Indo-Pacific strategy was formulated and proclaimed. At the Korean ASEAN Summit, which was held in November of 2022, President Yoon Sung-yeol first mentioned of the Indo-Pacific strategy, and this was first released in this year, in 2023. And it follows three visions, and inclusiveness, trust, And one other are the 3 points that we focus on. The reciprocity, are the main areas that we focus on in pursuing the cooperation. And we have 9 core lines of effort, such as building regional order based on norms and rules, cooperating to promote the rule of law and human rights, strengthening non-proliferation and counterterrorism, expanding comprehensive security cooperation, and building economic and security networks, among others. And these are the 9 core lines of efforts in diplomacy, and all the ministries are engaged in various the programs under these 9 core lines of efforts. And the foreign ministry, they will be coming up with the more specific program plans for the future, and this will happen at the end of the year. And today, I would like to talk about the programs, not only the programs. It is not the programs I want to focus on today. Rather, I'd like to talk about the background of why President Yoon Suk-yeol made announcements for the Indo-Pacific strategy. Here you're looking at the formula, and the formula is about the policy being a combination of a strong resolve and capabilities of the country. So if a policy is to be successfully implemented, you need both the will and the capabilities. I would say that this capability and willingness in the English language. So this is about establishing a policy and successfully implementing the policy. Willingness is not sufficient in realizing the policy. Capability alone is not sufficient. And I think it was mentioned by the minister already. Indo-Pacific strategy was formulated and announced. When we did that, we thought about whether the Indo-Pacific strategy was adequate for us, suitable for us, and it could be implemented, embraced by us. So through the willingness and the capabilities, we are implementing the policies. And capabilities are something objective, and willingness is something more subjective. So let me give you further explanations. Let me talk about capabilities of Korea. And the world would assess to be a contributor, strong enough, a country strong enough to make contributions to the international scene. According to the U.S. media, Korea was ranked 6th in the national standing after the United States, China, Russia, Germany, United Kingdom. And this was released by the U.S. News and World Report. And of the many countries around the world, we rank about 6th in terms of national status. And if you think about how we are assessed by countries around the world, there could be quite many. World Bank has named Korea to be the 10th largest economy. And in terms of per capita income, in terms of trade volume, we are 8th in the world. And as the Minister Park Jin said, we are the 7th largest economy with per capita income of more than $35,000. We talked about the global status. Global Fire and Power ranks Korea to be about 6th in terms of military power.
이렇게 달 탐사.
And Korea was also able to fire the moon orbit exploration the rocket as the 7th country to do so in the world. So you can see that in many different areas, Korea is being ranked very high. We are in a way enjoying more higher status than how it is assessed within the Korean people. President Yoon Suk-yeol bears a very serious responsibility on his shoulders in fulfilling the right role required by country. And willingness is basically about how you are going to implement such a given cause with your capabilities. It has a lot to do with your identity. How you perceive yourself has a lot to do with the kind of willingness that you have, because it has to do with how we define ourselves. So what are we? When it comes to our identity, you have to look at historical factors, geopolitical factors, and also the personal individual factors of the peoples of the country. So they work comprehensively in establishing an identity of a country. What I'd like to talk about today is, of the many things, about the geopolitical location that Korea now enjoys. If you look at this map, in the past, we used to think that Korea is situated in the Far East, and Korea is blocked by North Korea in trying to reach out to the continent. If that is how we look at ourselves, we would be having a very static view about ourselves, or a very static view about how we perceive our interest. Therefore, we need to look at the dynamics, the global dynamics that is going on, the rapid changes that is going on in linking Korea's interest and coming up with the right perspective. I believe that Indo-Pacific region, within the Indo-Pacific region, we believe that our geopolitical location is going to change a little. We are going to be more ocean-oriented, more dynamic. And these are all, it's a diverse area, and the activities going on within the Indo-Pacific region has a direct impact on the Korean Peninsula. So this is not just about the perspective, it actually is reflected in the numbers as well. 78% of our trade volume goes to Indo-Pacific region. 67% of all our imports come from the Indo-Pacific region. And the large bulk of our trade partners are located in the Indo-Pacific region as well. So what is happening in the Pacific region has a direct impact on us, on our activities. In March, for the first time, Korea had held the Pacific Island States Summit meeting. And the President Yoon said that this is the actual implementation of our Indo-Pacific strategy in place, having this Pacific Island States Summit meeting. You can see that how the Indo-Pacific region is linked with our interests. And I believe in this regard, you can see how important it is that we hold this Pacific Island States Summit meeting. And for example, in the post-Korean era, many people go to Vietnam for the leisure. Da Nang is a place in Vietnam, the tourist destination, about 3,400 kilometers away from Korea. Many people believe that Da Nang is very close to Korea. But if you think about Pacific Island states, we tend to believe that it's a more distant country or in a faraway location. But if you think about this, if you look at this globe, the Pacific Island states are not very visible to us. But of the Pacific Island state, Palau is located about 3,000 kilometers away from Korea, which is closer than actually what Da Nang is. Da Nang is farther away from Korea than Palau. So you will see that these regions are a lot closer to Korea, and our interest is quite significant in this region as well. If this happens, if we identify ourselves as an Indo-Pacific nation, and by establishing ourselves as an Indo-Pacific state, we would find a strong willingness to engage in the Indo-Pacific matters. And therefore, the Indo-Pacific strategy is not just about the Koreanized version of the Indo-Pacific strategy. This is about a strategy to pursue Korea's interests. And I think this view is shared by many countries around the world and many regional blocs around the world. All the different countries and regions have come up with Indo-Pacific strategies, and they're strengthening their engagement efforts in the Indo-Pacific region as well. At the state visit in April, President Yoon Suk-yeol made an address at the Senate. He said that Korea wants to fulfill its responsibilities and make its contributions, which rightfully reflect the status that Korea has, to a reciprocal and mutually beneficial Indo-Pacific strategy. We will strive to come up with that. And the foreign ministry is going to come up with the adequate measures on the rightful implementation of the Indo-Pacific strategy. In this, I ask for your active support. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
네, 지금
Well, thank you very much. Director General has mentioned about the Korea's place in the world. Many people refer to ourselves as Korea, and it's about the noblesse oblige that Korea should be implementing in the exercising in the future. Many countries said that Indo-Pacific strategy is closer to a national strategy instead of a regional strategy. So now I'd like to invite Chairman Chun Young-woo to give the fourth lecture.
Yes, I'd like to present in the seat. I am the last speaker. And it seems I do not have much time to present, so I will be brief. Mr. Park Jin and Director General Woo Jung-yup of the Foreign Ministry gave the broad framework of the Indo-Pacific strategy of Korea. And all the good phrases are included: freedom, peace, prosperity, inclusiveness, reciprocity, trust. These are positive phrases, and if this is realized, we will live in a worry-free world. However, instead of this macro-level dialogue or discourse, I think we should make a more metaphorical approach. Realistic decisions to make, that is. When we think of the Indo-Pacific strategy, when we think of why we need the strategy in terms of economy and in terms of security, the Indo-Pacific region will have a biggest impact on the future fate of Korea. It is a region where our future depends on. That is why we need a most refined Indo-Pacific strategy. The survival and prosperity of Korea is determined, and so we need to disperse the risk and crisis factors for that. For that, security and economy-based comprehensive approach should be made, and to realize that, we should not undermine a security-based relationship-based of interest to reorganize the regional structure. At the same time, we should safeguard our national interest, and we should also continue to prosper and to follow the international norm and to lead the development of international norms that benefits the national interest. I think that are the main reasons why we have to pursue the Indo-Pacific strategy. So for that, what is most important is how we recognize threats. Where do threats come from? Of course, at the nearest, the nuclear-armed North Korea threatens the survival of Korea as well as its prosperity. It is the most major threat. But beyond the Korean Peninsula, where do the threats come from? From a historical perspective, I think the hegemonic powers of the region impose threat on us. Not only in the Joseon wars, but the Chinese-Japanese War and the Russia-Japanese War, and such hegemonic wars in the region have all threatened us. There has always been countries that pursued hegemony, and they have always been the major enemy of Korea historically. So who are the hegemons of today? It is China. So China is providing a kind of a nightmare to Korea. It could be a good dream to China, but it is a nightmare to Korea. It is pursuing a new China-oriented order. Then what will happen to Korea? For China to realize its dream, it will pursue an aggressive expansionary policy, and it will put economic pressure on countries like Korea. And this is a major threat. Just as we've seen with the SAT deployment issue, for security purposes as well, it has manipulated the economic weaknesses of Korea. These are some specific challenges. In this context, what would be the priorities of our Indo-Pacific strategy? We have to move beyond China. We have to reduce the risk related to China, and we should not be swayed by the power of the hegemonic power of China. So in terms of core minerals and other core elements, we should pursue the reorganization of the supply chain. So we should lower our dependency on China so that we could reduce their bargaining power against us or their power of pressure against us. For that, we could look toward alternative sources in other countries like Indonesia or Australia, and also a production base that could also replace China, and also an alternative market should be pursued. We have many production sites in Korea. They should be reshored into Korea or could be transferred to other countries like Indonesia and Australia censuring to these countries that do not have any conflicting security issues with Korea. I think these are the pending issues related to China. Secondly, I think the speakers of today haven't mentioned about the maritime transport. The security of maritime transport is critical. We are very dependent on trade, and energy of Korea is almost 100% dependent on import. Energy security, if it collapses, the economy of Korea will collapse accordingly. So the issues in South Chinese Sea and the Taiwanese Strait, we sometimes ignore this as something not related to us, but our maritime transport, especially for energy, like oil and gas, it goes through Malacca Strait and the South Chinese Sea and the Taiwan Strait. This will determine the life and death of our economy. Some might think that all we have to do is hide behind US, but that is not the case. Because if economy collapses, security will collapse as well. So in case of emergency, we have to safeguard the line of life. So maybe in the Indian Sea and in Southeast Asian seas, our naval ships transport should be secured. And we should consider securing ports as well as stations. And I propose that this should also be included under Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy. China, already in Sri Lanka or in Djibouti, has stationed its naval ships. They want to be a dominant player in the Indo-Pacific, but that is not so for Korea. We want to safeguard our survival. So whether it's Bangladesh or Vietnam or the Philippines, we should have our own position where we could secure our ships in case of an emergency. We could consider military cooperation so that we could strengthen defense capabilities. Not only nearby, whether it's in Northeast Asia or in India, if China's influence here weakens, and its threat in the region will also weaken. These are all interconnected. This is not a separate region. Well, I've been taking too long. And next is on international rules. A rules-based order is also included. There are strong powers, and when we have a conflict, the most convenient basis we could rely on is the international law. For example, related to the South Chinese Sea, if there was a illegal military dominance in islands in the South Chinese Sea, we could rely on the rulings of the International Court. And we should request that it should be respected. That is the most practical argument. But of course, that won't be enough. We should also work with allies that share interest. We should create coalitions to have a group and a collective response. Well, we must be very cautious about that. And sometimes we seem to be too vague about the Indo-Pacific strategy and is too cautious. But against Chinese strategy and tactics, we cannot respond alone. A collective response system is needed with countries that share common interests and have opposing interests with China. Otherwise, it is difficult for us to win alone, and we have to go item by item or country by country. We should not regard economic retaliation against a single issue. We should not regard it as retaliation against the entire nation. And in case China makes retaliatory measures against Korea, we could take response collectively. Collective response in terms of security could be practical, but in terms of business and economy, the interests could be all separate. There will be pros and cons. So in case we receive retaliatory measures, we should also target a weak point of China with our market dominance and high technology. We should secure such capacity. Of course, well, for example, the memory chips and semiconductors, this could be followed up by China. But up to now, we should come up with a response mechanism with such strengths of Korea. And with that, I would like to conclude. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Chun. Instead of the discourse level, practical and realistic challenges and risks should be something we should be straightforward about. And Chairman Chun discussed this matter. And as an expert, you have discussed the so-called China risk and the China threat fundamentally, and you related this with the security threat, the economic threat, and the military threat. We have about 20 minutes left, and so I like to propose we continue with the discussion. Chairman Chun has just discussed the risk, especially related to China and the Indo-Pacific strategies from the broad framework when we consider U.S., Japan, and EU, and ASEAN. It is being viewed in a positive manner. In the future, there will be challenges and risks which could be quite daunting. Therefore, I'd like to ask for your opinions on that. And just as Chairman Chun mentioned, one pattern is the kind of a tactical type of diplomacy of China. And if this is kind of a habitual behavioral pattern of China, this could be a kind of a prelude of China. Then, in relation with China's diplomatic measures and our Indo-Pacific strategies, how could we safeguard the principles? And so first, can I ask Mr. Yoon Sang-yeon, especially related to the G7 and Korea-US summit, and when we think of the economic pressure, just as Chairman Chun, what kind of collective responses could we make, especially against the wolf warrior diplomacy of China? And just as you said, we could think of ways of coexistence with China. And so how could we strengthen such commonalities with China? And I also like to ask the same question to National Assembly Member Lee as well.
예.
Yes. Honorable Chun, Chairman Chun has mentioned that the biggest risk comes from China in Indo-Pacific region. In addition to the faced threat from North Korea, the bigger threat comes from China. Well, I do agree with that. President Xi Jinping's China and Deng Xiaoping's China are different. Basically, its external and diplomatic policies are different. During the Deng Xiaoping rule, they had a different diplomatic policy. They would wait for the right timing to seize the opportunity. That was a basic strategy. The basic stance of President Xi Jinping is to be proactive and aggressive to fulfill their goals. And so what is the background of this change? Xi Jinping, Chinese dream. Throughout Chinese history, Chinese people, from the War of 1839 until the foundation of the Republic of the People's Republic of China, they call this a period of disgrace. And they, in order to overcome the century of disgrace, to become the strongest nation, that was when the People's Republic of China was founded in 1949. And They set the dream to become the strongest nation by 2050. And based on this dream, China inevitably is in a conflicting relationship with US. And in this situation, what should we do? In the past Moon Jae-in administration, it pursued a strategic ambiguity. But the Yoon Suk-yeol administration, at the inauguration ceremony, President Yoon repeated the term freedom 37 times. Strategic clarity will be pursued by the current administration. So from our perspective and about how we should respond against China, and I think this is relevant to the Chinese wolf warrior diplomacy as well. China has its Chinese dream, so to say. When I studied in the US in the past, the China-oriented diplomatic policy was a strong element in China. That is, China, the Sinocentrism is so strong, and all the other nations are regarded as surrounding nations and surrounding subordinates. And I think that was from the Zhou dynasty. They continue to uphold this ideology. And under this policy posture, the wolf warrior diplomacy is pursued. And also the Chinese spokespersons, as well as the foreign ministers of China, has made very hard-line statements. Woo Jung-ha, ambassador to Japan. In Japan, if you say emergency in Taiwan is emergency in Japan, then what he says is that it is like throwing Chinese people into the fire. And what does the Philippine ambassador say? Philippines in Taiwan, there are about 150,000. For their security, you should never interfere in the independence of Taiwan. Last week, I met with Shin Ai-ning, and I asked, is this your personal view? Whose view is it? He said it isn't his personal view. He said it's the government's view of China. He is just representing the Chinese government's view. Under this wolf warrior diplomacy of Xi Jinping, that is the essence. So what should we do? In order to resolve the Chinese issue, we should contact in an unofficial manner and have dialogue to clarify our position. We do not have the intention of excluding China. The number one objective is the security and safety of Korea. For that, we are required to strengthen the Korea-US alliance. Our diplomacy is a principle-based diplomacy to pursue national interest. The four tasks that I shared, beneath that, we have to strengthen Korea-US alliance and also pursue minilateralism, and also have a governmental level body to pursue the Indo-Pacific strategy. And these are the major backgrounds that I would like to propose.
이상민 의원님 추가로 좀.
Honorable Lee Sang-min, would you like to make a comment? Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to present a different view from Chairman Chun Yong-woo's comments. From our point of view, we have China risk, but we also have US risk. And we have risks everywhere. It's a natural part of human life. But if you look about the technological rivalry between the US and China, the rivalry is intensifying. And I think we need to pay attention to the China risk as well as the American risk. More recently, we have seen that at the WTO and the FTA, with regards to these two norms, it has been regarded as internationally recognized norms, respected norms. But more recently, if you look at the various bills that have been presented at the Congresses in the United States, they don't seem to be recognizing the WTO or regimes as well. And you can see that from the IRA, the legislation and so on. So we are not able to make our voices heard on these very important issues as well. And so in this, I think we need to be very cautious about where we stand. We should be going beyond where we should be standing vis-a-vis the US and China. And I think this cautious approach should be maintained. And of course, you have to recognize that there is a sense of exclusivism, or sometimes there is going to be talks about the active exclusion of some others. But our status as a middle power has been enhanced. So I think we could turn to other countries such as Indonesia and Saudi Arabia. We could learn from these countries. UAE is also another example that we could take. They tend to be more vocal in talking about their national interest, and they try to come up with the balancing point in this dynamics. They try to uphold their interest, and they try to avert the risk posed by the United States and China. As a middle power, I think you have a global responsibility for the humanity, and that is to pay more attention to the less developed countries so that we can help these countries join the technological ecosystems. We should be transferring technologies to these countries in order to support their efforts to join the international technological ecosystem. The KAIST, or the KEYS scheme, is very favored by the developing countries, the underdeveloped countries. So ODA should be utilized to transfer these technologies and know-how so that we can assist them to join the technological ecosystem in the future. It should be about coexistence. It should be about inclusivity. And this is the kind of leadership that is required by the middle power nation like us. In this, I had to warn against paying too much attention to the China risk and neglecting on the US, the risk that exists. Or we should not try to exclude one country over the other. And I think such efforts should be made in the future. And I'd like to make the supplementary comment. With this, I'd like to conclude my talks. I think we have about 7 minutes. And for the two other panelists, I'd like to pose a question, and I look forward to responses from the two panelists. As was mentioned, there's been some talks about the risk at the G7 summit. From decoupling to de-risking, it has been a change in the path. And the European Union countries also more hopeful on this topic. And we are looking forward to having a breakthrough found at the US-China summit. So we remain hopeful and looking at the progress to be made by the two countries. When it comes to the Indo-Pacific strategy, an integral part is the tripartite cooperation between Korea, Japan, and the United States. And in the summer, as was mentioned, there will be a trilateral summit to be held in Washington, D.C. And Mr. Campbell, the Indo-Pacific coordinator at the NSC, had mentioned of it. What cannot be dealt at the summit, bilateral summit meetings, it can be discussed at the trilateral summit meetings. The more specific measures can be discussed at the trilateral summit to be held in the summer. And Chairman Chun Young-woo, my question is, if you think about this trilateral summit, when it comes to like specific things such as the North Korean nuclear issue, South China issue, the China Strait issue, Taiwan Strait issue, there could be a lot of different issues that could be discussed at the trilateral summit meeting. How far do you think the leaders would go into this issue? And do you think that you could perhaps think of an institutionalized approach on holding the summit meetings?
Honorable lawmaker Lee Sang-min said that there's not only the Chinese risk or the Japanese risk, but also the U.S. risk. And I do agree with your view. Meanwhile, the U.S. risk and the Chinese risk are fundamentally different. The U.S. risk exists within our alliance framework. And just as Minister Yoon mentioned, in the tripartite regime, this risk is capable of being managed. We could think of IRA, and it seems that U.S. is retreating from free trade. Korea and Japan could get together and go toward U.S. And if U.S. wants to check against China, we could persuade the U.S. that it should promote free trade instead of going toward the path of the industrial age. We could go to our ally nation. Of course, it may not be openly, but we have the chance to have this type of dialogue. But in the case of China, it is useless to have such dialogue, and they will only try to make orders to us. So they will not accept our views and have a communication. You talked about the Chinese-U.S. hegemony. China, if it's not interested in hegemonic competition, and if U.S. doesn't care what happens, it doesn't matter for the U.S. But for us, in the geopolitical situation of Northeast Asia, we have limitations to live with this environment. U.S., as it engages its hegemonic competition with China, it continues its commitment in East Asia and strengthens its alliance. So this is a source of reassurance for Korea. But if U.S. pays attention to other parts such as Middle East and Europe and starts ignoring the threat from China, nor the threat from North Korea, I think that could be a bigger threat to Korea. We cannot stand against threat from China without the so-called support of U.S., even with other countries in the region. Maybe when we think of the tripartite relations, it may not be easy to have an institutional framework. And every year we have many formats such as APEC and G20. We have many multilateral formats where the heads of the three nations could get together, or on a ministerial level of ministers of defense and foreign affairs. It could be a 2+2 or etc. So we don't necessarily need to have an institutionalized regime. But I think it would be practical to meet whenever an issue arises. And if we can't get together, we can also talk online. What is most important is communication among the three parties. During the past couple of years, the biggest problem was that communication wasn't made. Somebody asked a question and the answer was not in line with the question. We all could not communicate with one another. So smooth communication is most critical among the three parties. Cooperation, top agenda should also be inter-Korean issues and the North Korean nuclear issue. U.S. is quite interested in checking against China and seems to somewhat have lost its interest in the North Korean nuclear issue. And we have to make it clear that the North Korean nuclear issue is most grave and serious. We have to continue to remind of this risk. So we have to bring back the attention of the U.S. And that is what we should do at the summit meetings and other ministerial level meetings of the three parties. And for issues such as the IRA or Chip 4 legislations, economic interest and security interest sometimes do not create a harmony. But we should use this process to create a harmony between the two. And I think this could strengthen the foundation for tripartite cooperation.
The last question goes to Mr. Yonhap. And so if you think about the Indo-Pacific strategy and also the GPS, the Global Pivotal State Initiative, we want to show the capabilities as a G8, a de facto G8 nation. And in order to be able to actually implement that into the action, you have to think about the infrastructure when it comes to be on the diplomatic the front. So we need to enhance our capabilities in many fronts. Would you have like a roadmap or put a framework in place to implement these ideas. And also the IPS report says that too excessive securitization should be avoided through coordination. So what should Korea do against this backdrop? Could I ask you to respond on this point as well? Yes, thank you very much. The Indo-Pacific strategy is not the strategy pursued by the foreign ministry. This is a strategy that's been announced by the Korean government. In other words, it involves not only the foreign ministry, but all the constituents of the South Korean government to be a part in its implementation. So the Korean government is now trying to come up with various programs associated with the Indo-Pacific strategy. And now the government is trying to come up with the intra-governmental agencies to this end. I think we will be making announcements in the near future. At the IPEF, there's been talked about the supply chain agreement. It has not become very visible yet about the kind of responsibilities to be adhered by the participating countries, but I think there's a shared position about the threats that exist. In order to overcome these threats, the participating countries should be taking actions to lessen the impact on the supply chain. I think this perspective has been shared. So 13 countries are taking part in this initiative, and when it comes to the supply chain disruptions and all the pressures that exist, I think these points will be actively discussed by the 13 participating countries. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. And given the time constraints, I think we would have to conclude the session.
You've listened to the presentations of the four speakers. For the GPS to succeed, there were both elements on the discourse level and on the practical level. And we have to manage risk appropriately against challenges. And we should also exert a general public level effort as well, especially on the Chinese issue. And also in terms of cooperation with allies like Japan and US, you have all shared the view that we have to make efforts. The Indo-Pacific strategy, as we see that the Chinese-US competition will be prolonged, this is reflected in the strategy that we have to have a strategic preparation and should be able to manage the risks successfully. That has been the initiation. And not only on a discourse level, but on the practical and realistic level, there will be threats and challenges. And with the US and also in the upcoming Korea-US-Japan summit meeting, we wish for more practical responses. And we hope we come up with an institutional response so that we could go toward the direction that will benefit the national interest. In the morning session, we had a session on the Korea-US alliance. In the past Korea-US State Summit, there was this type of expression. The 70 year of Korea-US alliance was successful, but the following 70 years will be brightest, even brighter. As we pursue the Indo-Pacific strategy, the Korea-US alliance and also regional collaboration will be a driving force, and we truly hope that this is realized. And for many bilateral or multilateral or minilateral diplomatic initiatives, I truly urge the Korean government to make efforts in this direction. Thank you. Thank you very much for the speakers and presenter and the moderator of session 1. Please give them a big hand. And now we will have a 10-minute break, and at 4:04 we will proceed with session 2.
네, 그럼 지금부터 꽉 막힌 남북 관계 담대한 구상으로 넘나는 주제로
Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin session 2 of the 2023 the Symposium. The growing risk of the North Korea's nuclear weapons program, possible solutions will be discussed. The speakers of the session 2 are now seated at the podium, and the session will be moderated by Dr. Yonhap, Professor of Political Science and Diplomacy at Hanyang University and the former Minister of Unification. The panelists for presentation and discussions will be Dr. Sok Dong-hyun, Secretary General of the Peace Unification Advisory Council, Professor Lee Shin-hwa, Professor of the Department of Political Science and International Relations at Korean University, Ambassador of International Cooperation on North Korea Human Rights, Professor Lee Ho-won, Professor of Law at National University, and Mr. Kim Byung-dae, Director General for Unification Policy at the Ministry of Unification. Please give a big hand. The moderator of session 2, Professor Hong Yong-pyo, is a professor of political science and diplomacy at Hanyang University and former Minister of Unification. He served as a vice chairman of the President Committee for Preparing Unification, Presidential Secretary for Unification on the present term, research fellow at the Korea Institute of Unification. Now, Dr. Hong Yong-pyo is going to moderate session 2. Yes, I am Hong Yong-pyo, and I'll be moderator for session 2. I'd like to say it is great honor for me to be a part of this very important and meaningful event. I'd like to thank Mr. The CEO of the Yonhap News Agency and the organizers for inviting me here today. I also like to thank the audience who have kindly stayed with me all throughout the day to be the last part of the international event, conference event. And I was invited to be the moderator for session 2, and I had reflected on what he had done. I remember that I was a keynote speaker when I was a Minister of Unification to be a part of the symposium. And that has happened about 7 years ago, and that was in 2016. And at the time, it was named the Korea Reunification Symposium. And it was held under the theme of the nuclear issue of North Korea and reunification on the Korean Peninsula. So I looked up the keynote address that I made at that 2016 symposium, and I said a number of things. So let me just talk about that. And I said that the pains have been intensified by the nuclear development, and nuclear development and co-prosperity of the Korean Peninsula should not be pursued together. And we should not be bullied by North Korea. We should be bold enough to take certain actions against the North if necessary. I don't think I was that bad in making the projections for the future at the time. And also that we should not just merely wait for unification to arrive at us. We should be taking actions to proactively embrace unification in the future. I find it quite sad that the situation has not improved since, and we believe that North Korea is developing the nuclear weapons with a full thrust, and we are at a deadlock situation. But despite that, we're trying to find a breakthrough, and we have to do that. And we're also trying to take actions. We're going to take a step-by-step approach into making progress. And because of that, I believe that this session is going to be all the more meaningful. And for the government to come up with the policy, I sincerely hope that session 2 is going to be very productive in making contributions, a positive input for the policy-making measures, the efforts. And the panelists have been introduced already, so without further ado, I'd like to invite the panelists to present in the order that they were introduced. Actually, the organizers said that I could give 10 minutes each for the presenters, but I would have to reduce that to 7 minutes because we won't have enough time for the discussions afterwards if I assign 10 minutes each for the presenters. And therefore, I'd like to reduce it to 7 minutes. So please make sure that you do not exceed 10 minutes, no matter what. I try to meet the 7-minute time frame and actively engage in general discussions that are to take place afterwards. So first, I'd like to ask Sok Dong-hyun to begin his discussions.
화면에 앞에는 안 뜨는군요. 여러분 안녕.
Good afternoon. Just as been introduced, I am Secretary General of the Peaceful Unification Advisory Council, Seok Dong-hyun. The topic I was given was the people's perception of unification and the direction of activities as a constitutional unification advisory body of PUAC. I think you could assume about this current situation that the general perception of unification in Korea has seemed to be weakened. At the PUAC, we conduct an annual survey on the Unification Perception Index, which is a response rate that unification is necessary. And when we track from 2015, the respondents in 20s and 30s, response rate that unification is necessary moved from 63% to 58%, and those in the 40s and 50s from 75% to 68%. Those in the 80s, though it is relatively high, it has also decreased. And this level of indifference about the inter-Korean issue has a close relationship and has an influence from the governmental policy of the administration. But this year's statistics, fortunately, backed by the current administration policy about unification, has slightly moved upward compared to the previous statistics. And to give you a more accurate figure, I shared the previous year's statistics. This perception of unification between the youth and the elderly is deepening. And in this situation, how could we realize the goal, the national goal of unification? And for that, I'd like to propose two perspectives to realize unification. It requires that the entire of Korea should enhance a comprehensive capability, and it also requires the will and consensus and perception of the people to unify, and it should be expanded. And this could realize free democracy and also rule of law, and the value-based unification could be realized. And to go into the details, I'd like to first talk about the comprehensive unification capabilities. As you can assume, this is between the two Koreas, but also not just between the two Koreas, but between ourselves. This is an agenda that takes place on the international stage. So it requires international response as well as cooperation, particularly not only from the allies, but also from other nations. And this is not an issue of only politics and security and human rights. Just like BTS has enhanced the level of status of Korea worldwide, this type of support and perception toward Korea is critical, and not only on the public level, but private level diplomacy and communication to trust building is also critical. And next, in terms of strengthening the will of the people to unify, it requires a spread of a national consensus on unification. And this should be beyond being conservative or progressive. We should follow the values of free democracy and share the consensus of unification. And not only for the general public, but also Korean overseas that reach 7.5 million should also concert their interest. So we have started appointing Koreans overseas as members of PUAC in this regard. And we should also strengthen the participation and role of the youth generation. And the PUAC also puts much importance on this issue as well. And as the last slide, then what kind of role should the PUAC play? PUAC is a 40-year-old constitutional body that provides policy advice to the government, the president. It is a non-fee, non-paid body, and we invite the leadership members to provide their valued advice. From September 1st this year, the Yoon Suk-yeol government's Term 1 PUAC, that is the 21st term of PUAC, will be launched under the chairmanship of President Yoon. And the goal is to implement the global pivotal state of freedom, peace, and prosperity, and we will implement the required tasks. And as for the major directions, we could define 4 directions. First is to strengthen the advice and suggestions that include the voices of the people. And we should end the wasteful controversy over conservatives or progressives and support unification issues. And we will share the roles between the government and the private sector so that the public sector could focus on the military and security issue, and the private sector could concentrate on preparing for unification and also the post-unification issue of integration. And also, we should encompass the energy of overseas Koreans, and we should induce the participation of Koreans overseas. And we should also strengthen the role of the young generation in peaceful unification. The youth today have many new values, and they have different types of values. And many cases, they put themselves first. So we should be able to persuade that unification is of benefit in terms of rule of law and freedom toward the youth generation, so that they can also join in the efforts for unification. And with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Secretary General Seok Dong-hyun. You have explained the role of PUAC, how we could raise a consensus on peaceful unification. And next, I'd like to invite Professor Lee Shin-hwa for your presentation.
Good afternoon, I'm Lee Shin-hwa. For the past year, I've been working, wearing 2 hats as an ambassador and a professor. So I've been confused in many places. And today I was allowed to wear 2 hats at the same time. So I'd like to talk about the thing I know very well. I'd like to talk about the North Korean human rights situation and what the government is doing to address this human rights issue. I'd like to thank the Yonhap News Agency for arranging this event. I'd like to thank CEO Song for being here with us today. Throughout the day, this was his very busy schedule. And please look at this slide. I would like to tell you why the human rights infringement case and the security threat is closely interlinked with each other. And these are the North Korean images that we often come across in media. But I think it's very important that we were not able to witness a very important part about North Korea for the last 5-6 years. We know about that, but seeing that through images in the media is quite different from knowing about it. So what you have seen in the first page of my slide and the second page are quite different, but both should be closely featured by the South Korean media. I think when it comes to human rights issue, there are three things you need to pay close attention to. First is human rights infringement within North Korea. It's about there is no freedom of expression, the movement. There is no the information right, the health right, or the food right to be secured. There's a public execution of the persecution of the political prisoners and political prison camps. And there are many defectors. This is the second part. They often face forced repatriation threats. There are many illegal laborers who were working overseas from North Korea, and they're like modern-day slaves. And they are about 100,000 of them in 40 countries around the world. They're earning foreign currency. And the third part is human rights infringement for the Koreans and the foreigners by North Koreans. They could include the POWs and also people who have been abducted to North Korea after the war and during the war, and also people who have been illegally detained in North Korea. And there are people like Kim Jong-un, Kim Guk-ki, Choi Chun-gil, and Kim Won-ho, Ham Jin-won, Ko Hyun-chul. These are important names to remember because these are the people with Korean nationality passports, and they are detained in the north, and we are not able to bring them back to the South Korean territory. We're looking at many U.S. citizens that return to the United States, but not South Koreans who return to South Korea. And why is human rights issue very important in international relations? Because this is about the fundamental values, the basic values of human beings. This is a universal value. Kim Jong-un wants to secure his regime. That's his ultimate objectives. On the external front, it does not want to denuclearize. It does not want to it wants to enhance the military capabilities and enhance its leverage against the United States. And internally, it wants to control the North Korean populace by controlling information inflow and also suppressing any resisting ideas. And in the negotiation process, this is an effective card they could use as a leverage against North Korea. That can be done by like-minded countries and the allies of South Korea and the United States. We should uphold human rights, freedom, and peace. We don't exactly know what is happening in North Korea, and because we don't know what is actually happening, it's very difficult to come up with a definition of the terms. And secondly, there is a politicization issue, and I think it really has to do with how North Korea is perceived in the negotiation, the denuclearization negotiation phase, and sometimes the nuclear human rights issue is sidelined. And it is quite deplorable that the progressives do not regard human rights to be a very important issue. It's also regarded important by the conservatives, and therefore there is a difference in the perception, and this leads to changes in the policy, and we do not sometimes recognize it as a universal value depending on the kind of government that comes in. And it has been sidelined because it's not in the it does not top the priority list, and therefore there is a fatigue, and I think we have to really think about this. There are both sides of the coin. A large bulk of the news about North Korea is the nuclear development. A very small part of the news featured is about human rights, and they should be at our focus should be read. And the missile launching was about 100 times last year in North Korea. That leads to a food cost of about 1 million tons. And there's been 6 nuclear tests, and we are concerned that the residents in the Punggye region have been exposed to radiation excessively. And next, we have to think about how to create a linkage between rights and the political issues. And in 2011, 2012, North Korea faced severe economic difficulties after taking currency reform measures. They came back to the negotiation table for six-party talks, and they wanted to strike a deal. And Clinton visited North Korea in 2009. Since then, North Korea has been insisting that high-level officials come in from the United States to free up any detained Americans. And Russia and China is a very important part of this equation. The relationship is very important because of political issues and because of the so-called shared vulnerability. China and Russia tends to be supportive of human rights situation in the north, human rights positions of North Korean government more rather. And we need to take a comprehensive approach in linking the nuclear development missile issues with the improving human rights situations as well. And peace is absolutely necessary. We have to think about human security. We have to think about the peoples of the North Korea, and that is intrinsically linked to the freedom and democracy to be realized in North Korea. And we have not held North Korea accountable for what they have done wrong in the past. North Korea has maintained the brinkmanship, the tactics, and we failed in the international coordination, and therefore North Korea regarded them to have an exceptional status. So it was like an implicit impunity. And that's how Kim Jong-un recognized the situation. And China and Russia are also other powerful countries that we should pay attention to. Now let's talk about the challenges. Accountability is very important. And the pressure in North Korea is not sufficient. We need a constructive engagement as well in realizing the positive outcome. So we need to provide humanitarian assistance. Humanitarian assistance is required because the people of North Korea are very important. Whether there is nuclear development or the negotiations going on, human rights and openness is absolutely necessary. We need to send a very strong signal that foreign companies will not go to North Korea unless things are improved significantly in these fronts. I would like to say that international coordination should be enhanced. The like-minded countries can come together to enhance solidarity. If only we work with the close like-minded countries, we might have to give up on the two-thirds of other remaining countries as well. And that is why we need to engage the swing states and the middle ground states. North Korea matter is a policy that we should pursue. And however divided the ruling opposition parties can be, we can't actually focus on the human rights situation to North Korean people. And I think that should be the focal part of our North Korean policies. And the audacious initiative and also the new future initiative for unification will be fully implemented in the future. And therefore, the human rights impressions should be improved as we try to address the unification issue. I sincerely look forward to that happening in the future. Thank you very much for your attention. Yes, Ambassador Lishina is also the ambassador of international cooperation on North Korean human rights. So he has given us a succinct summary about the North Korean human rights situation and about linking the security and nuclear issues with the human rights issue. Next, we'd like to invite Professor Lee Hyo-won, Professor of Law at Seoul National University, for his presentation.
I am Lee Hyo-won. The topic of today's symposium is to look at the present of the Korean Peninsula and look at the future of Korea. And the topic of this session is the growing risk of North Korea's nuclear weapon programs and possible solutions. And I think this topic, in relation to projecting the future inter-Korean relations, I think this topic is most befitting. As a scholar of law, when we think of the future of the Korean Peninsula and when we are to practice a judicious initiative, I'd like to talk about some basic frameworks and its limitations. The Yoon administration has 3 principles and 5 tasks under the audacious initiative. This was announced last year. And at the center of this unification policy is the audacious initiative. the rule of law is the umbrella, and the institutions and laws need to provide the basic legal framework. When we think of inter-Korean relations and unification, they have always entailed the legal issues. But it was viewed only from political angles, not from a very legal perspective. And inter-Korean relations and unification were widely regarded as something beyond legal issues. But I would like to stress that the unification policy, to make it stable and predictable, I like to argue that it must be within the broad framework of the rule of law. Therefore, the audacious initiative should also be realized through law and also should not go beyond the limits of the Constitution. The Constitution of the Republic of Korea in Article 1, and also it takes about sovereignty, and in Article 2 it talks about the people, and in Article 3 it stipulates about the territory. But in Article 4 it is about unification, and Article 5 is about peace. When we think of inter-Korean relations and the Korean Peninsula, the status and its meaning is very big and strong in our Constitution. The Constitution of Korea sets peace as the universal future image of Korea, and unification as a specific or unique future image of Korea. So Korea, that is a nation state, can not only violate such constitutional values, but is also required to fulfill its constitutional responsibility to actively pursue peace. We have to safeguard international peace, and for unification, we have liberal democracy and peaceful unification. These are the basic policies of unification. So the audacious initiative, in order to meet these unification-related constitutional articles, it needs to first have we have to first discuss 3 constitutional limitations. The first is about the legal status of North Korea and the North Korean people. The legal position of the two have raised a lot of controversy between Article 3 and Article 4. But from 2000 and on, as we went through the inter-Korean relations, and also the Constitutional Court and the Supreme Court has made various judicial judgments, and this has made a kind of a resolution. On the one hand, North Korea is a counterpart of unification, but at the same time, it is an anti-state entity. So from the international law, as an entity of international law, it should be respected. Nevertheless, in terms of inter-Korean relations and exchange, we have to be aware that it has the feature of anti-state. So the North Korea and the North Korean people, in terms of the nuclear issue resolution and in terms of human rights issue, we have to think of its limitations related to the basic norms and laws. And next, that we have to reset the normative system of peaceful unification. And in our exchange, especially during the 2000 and during the Kaesong Industrial Complex, much improvement has been made. But from 2010 and on, we have seen 10 years of the real change. And the current constitution doesn't reflect these changes, and it has its normative limitations. Therefore, when we think of the future of Korea and the audacious initiative, we have to develop a unification policy reflecting the changes in inter-Korean relations. A new unification future initiative is being proposed as a new unification direction. It should be based on the public consensus, and it should also meet the constitutional framework. At the same time, from the constitutional and judicial perspective, we have to provide a specific direction. As a unification goal, we set liberal democracy and also peaceful unification. And in the process of unification, we have to think of enacting special legislation. And also, we have to consider the possibility of a unified constitution. So we have to be prepared for these. So we could think of Inter-Korean Cooperation Act or any legislation on inter-Korean relationship development, and also, for example, the revision of the North Korean People's Human Rights Act. And as such, we have to reform the normative structure so that we could also have a framework on the international law level and also create harmony with that as well as the UN framework. The audacious initiative should be future-oriented and also provide a breakthrough in the inter-Korean relations. I hope this is realized, and I hope that it also meets with the constitutional requirements at the same time. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Lee Hyo-won. The issue of constitution and unification was discussed. He is the true expert in this topic, and he has discussed the importance of unification policy and its relevance with the constitutional framework.
And the last presenter is Kim Byung-dae, is the Director General for the Unification Policy at the Ministry of Unification. Please go ahead, Mr. Kim. Please give him a big hand. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Director General for Unification Policy at the Ministry of Unification. I'd like to thank CEO Song Ki-hong of the 연합뉴스 Agency and the executives and staff at the 연합뉴스 Agency for preparing for this very important event with the Ministry of Unification. I'd like to talk about the audacious initiative and the new future initiatives on unification. I'd like to talk about the future policy direction of the Korean government. Firstly, I'd like to discuss the Korean Peninsula situation. You have to look at two fronts. One is that the U.S.-China strategic competition is intensifying, and because of the Ukraine war, we are looking at increased instability in the international order. And given the instability in the international order, North Korea is focusing on developing nuclear weapons and missiles and neglecting on people's livelihood, improving people's livelihood, and just focusing on developing of these weapons of the mass destruction. And then I'd like to talk about the policy focus of the Yoon Suk-yeol government for the past year. Firstly, the new government has been striving to achieve sustainable unification by building a foundation for the North Korean policy. The Yoon government wants to carry on the legacy, inherit the achievements of the previous governments, and complement their mistakes. And it also has promoted policies based on the Constitution and also on the universal human values. Secondly, the Yoon government tried to establish correct inter-Korean relations based on the consistent principles, abiding by the consistent principles. It has clearly and decisively dealt with North Korea's provocations and misbehaviors. We commemorate the third year, the anniversary of having the North Korean, South Korean liaisons office building exploded by North Korean government, and we have taken legal actions to seek damages. And we also have maintained a consistent position in solving problems through dialogue. And the new government has also exerted efforts to resolve the North Korean nuclear issue and promote human rights in North Korea. On the National Liberation Day on August 15th, President Yoon has declared the audacious initiative. And since the Human Rights Act was legislated, the Korean government has prepared a North Korean human rights report every year. And we had made public of this report that we had published. And now I'd like to talk about the audacious initiative. The audacious initiative is basically about us taking the actions as the counterparty. This is a core policy that we will be implementing to respond to the situation. So we are not expecting North Korea to just come up with a goodwill response. We're taking a 3D response. Firstly, we are going to deter North Korea. We are going to take sanctions, and we are going to press North Korea to come to the table of dialogue. We're going to persuade North Korea to dissuade and come to the table of dialogue. So that's a 3D. We are going to take overwhelming and immediate response measures to provocations. The Washington declarations will be used as a basis for deterring North Korea's any provocations in the future. So for any illegal activities of the North, we're going to strengthen implementations of sanctions against their activities, and we're going to take diplomatic measures so that we can dissuade North Korea to give up on their nuclear programs and missile programs. We will continue efforts to bring North Korea to the table of dialogue. In the future, we are going to take the following policy measures. This is the policy direction. If you look at the human rights situation, the humanitarian conditions, we can take a consistent approach. Particularly when it comes to human rights issue, this is about realizing the universal human rights. And this is also important when it comes to security issues as well. Secondly, we're going to deal with the separated families issues, and we also want to resolve the sufferings of the abductees, the detainees, and the prisoners of war. We're going to take consistent efforts to address these issues. Thirdly, we're going to be systematically preparing for a unified future. We are preparing actually the new future initiatives on unification. This will be announced very soon. I'd like to discuss this later. And we also want to help the defectors settle well in the South Korean society. We believe that their unification arrived as in the future arrived. Now I'd like to talk about the new future initiatives on unification. And many speakers before me mentioned of the new future initiatives on unification. On January 27th, through the ministerial report to the president, we talked about a blueprint that is required with a mid to long-term perspective to come up with the changes needed for the unification environment. We said that there is a need to prepare a footprint. And the unification planning committee was established. 35 the experts participated at the committee meeting. We had about 20 meetings to come up with a blueprint. And I'd like to talk about our basic policy directions and come up with this initiative. And at the recent Korea-US summit, we want a better life for all constituents of the Korean Peninsula. We want to bring more free and democratic life to them all. We want to realize universal rights, values such as freedom, human rights, peace, prosperity, and openness. And that will be our main focus. On May 23rd, the Ministry of Unification began a dialogue with the youth. And since then, the Unification Future the committee members have been engaged in various special lecture series at universities, and we also had various meetings. We had conducted many public opinion polls, and we also had international cooperation dialogues. And through these efforts, we hope to listen attentively to the voices of the Korean people and come up with a plan, blueprint plans at an appropriate timing within the year. Lastly, I'd like to talk about the audacious initiatives and the new future initiatives on unification. These are the policy directions. We want to take a principled approach. We want to take a long-term view and take a very consistent approach in making efforts towards promoting unification on the Korean Peninsula. We work with the Korean people towards this, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Kim Byung-dae. He talked about the Yoon Suk-yeol government's efforts on the audacious initiatives and new future initiatives on unification. It was a very good, succinct explanations. I thank the panelists for keeping the time allotted to them, so we'll be able to engage a lot more time for these general discussion sessions. I have prepared a couple of questions for the panelists.
To Secretary General Seok Dong-hyun, about the consensus for unification, especially the youth generation, especially the so-called MZ generation, what kind of efforts should be made to expand the level of perception for unification for this generation? You said the gap between the youth and the elderly was widening, so could you give more specific solutions to bring up the level of consensus of the MZ generation? When I teach younger students and talk with them, it seems that more and more they have a more pessimistic view toward unification, and they seem to lose interest. So what kind of measures could be realistic and helpful to regain their interest? And you also said that you're newly appointing advisory members. Do you have any possibility of increasing the number of the advisory members in the younger age group, for example, in the 20s? About the youth generation and the youth participation, not only in Korea, but also overseas, there are about 20,000 advisory members of PUAC are inactive. And for the 21st term of PUAC, launched in September, could be slightly bigger. Among the PUAC, about 30% plus minus will be below the age of 45 years old. And we are trying to expand that age group. Not only PUAC members, but for the general publics in the 20s and 30s. When you look at their perception of unification, the biggest characteristic is that they are based on pragmatism. How does unification benefit myself? What kind of advantage could I gain from unification? And from this perspective, we could think of new jobs of unification, and we might want to persuade that it could create more jobs, but in many cases they're very suspicious because they don't believe that they will gain immediate benefit. So we have to look at the young generation, and they're very sensitive to values such as equity and fairness and justness. So that is one way to persuade the young generation. That is, we should also try to give freedom and human rights to the North Korean people as well. I think that is one way of making effort. Thank you very much. Just as you said, in the past, if we persuaded them that new jobs will be created, but then the young generation, you say, that don't want to work in North Korea, and they don't really buy in that persuasion. Yes, you seem to have a very accurate understanding of the situation, and I think that it will help you to increase the consensus of the young generation for unification. And next to Professor Lee Shin-hwa.
So I want to ask a question on the human rights situation. We talked about the deadlock situation between the two Koreas. So if you think about human rights issue, linking that to the inter-Korean relations, how are they interlinked? Can I ask you to elaborate on this? And can I ask you to be a little more specific with regards to the presentations you have made? You said the denuclearization agenda should include the human rights issue, and this has been presented, asserted by many, including President Yoon. And denuclearization discussions may not make any progress if that happens. So some say that we should not talk about human rights issue as we discuss the denuclearization with North Korea. So what's your take on this? Well, second question and the first question, why don't I put them together because it's relevant to what I'm doing. What happened in the previous government is that they neglected on the improving human rights of North Korea because they believe that the peace process and denuclearization need to be pursued. So they had a rationale that they want to see the improvements in these two areas. It's not entirely a faulty thing, but it's a failure. It turned out to be a failure because they were not able to make an accurate assessments about the nature of the nuclear regime. So they had good intentions. They wanted to be pragmatic, but in terms of the normative approach or the pragmatic approach, they failed in both fronts. Kim Jong-un may want to become a leader of the normal state because any leader would aspire to be a normal leader as a state because they don't want to be regarded as some peculiar, strange country. So we say, some criticize that it is like infringement upon the sovereignty to talk about human rights issue, the internal situations. So North Korea resisted against this with this rationale. But many scholarships say that when there is discussions about denuclearizations, they talk about the hostile policy of the Americans. And they don't show other responses. But when you think about this human rights issue, North Korea's hands-in reports, and they sometimes ratified relevant treaties on the human rights, such as women's rights, the people with disabilities, and so on. When something happens like 2014, 2019, these are the years where there's so much emphasis on the human rights situation. And North Korea participated in the UPR, the Universal Periodic Review, which is carried out at the United Nations. So they showed some response on the human rights situations. So whether it be denuclearization, whether it be like inter-Korean relations, I think it's critical that we start upfront by bringing this human rights issue on the table. We should table this issue. And pressing North Korea will not do on its own. I don't think it's desirable that the ruling and opposition parties are in great oppositions against each other because the divide is only going to benefit the North Korean regime. I said that we need a campaign titled North Korean People Matter because we really need to think about North Korean people. It's important given our constitution, but it's really important in striking a deal with North Korea and in sending our messages to the North. I think it's very important. We have a COI report in the United Nations. So we have a mechanism for establishing the COI report. And next year, we're going to celebrate 10th year of having published the COI reports. And next year, it's going to be 30th anniversary of having a North Korea Human Rights Conference at Vienna. And Human Rights Declarations is going to celebrate 75 years of anniversary having since its declaration. So during this time, we try to table the human rights situations in the international arena. But North Korea wants to bypass South Korea and reaching out to the international community. So we need solidarity. We need to join hands together with the international community so that we can make human rights issue of the North Korea as an international issue. We need to press North Korea together with the international community. We need to persuade North Korea together with the North Korean community. If that happens, irrespective of who comes into power in South Korea, we would be able to deal with the North Korean human rights issue as two sides of the coin whenever and wherever we deal with the nuclear program, nuclear negotiations. Well, North Korean People Matter is a campaign that focuses on the human rights situations. We try to join hands together with the international community in trying to address this issue collectively with the international community.
And to Professor Lee, I want to ask a question of the legalization. And you also talked about the human rights law and the revision. I was interested because the North Korean Human Rights Act was enacted while I was in service. There were problems, and also there were issues with its actual implementations. So I want to ask for your view on this About the institutionalization or legalization, most typical problem is about the North Korea human rights law. It was enacted in a very difficult manner, and the process also caused much controversy. Nevertheless, I think the existence itself and the enactment itself is noteworthy and a desired direction. However, there were many political reasons, and that is why the law is not being practiced. And as a practitioner of law, I am somewhat frustrated and feel uncomfortable about the situation. When we think of inter-Korean relations and unification, the fluctuation is very steep. It goes up and down in a very deep level. And the spectrum between the left and the right is also broad. So have an institutionalized legal framework sometimes could act as a kind of obstacle in inter-Korean relations. The North Korean human rights legislation, even though it is meaningful that it was enacted, nevertheless, when you think of the stalemate situation, from a legal perspective, I think the most rigid area is law. The enactment itself is important, but it is also important to improve and revise the law after it is enacted. I think you might also remember that there is a basic law on the inter-Korean relations development, and it was about propaganda. As a legal scholar, from a legal systematic perspective, there are many problems about this type of article, and this also applies to the human rights law of North Korea. So we have to reflect at least the 10 years evolution of inter-Korean relations in such legislations to set the future vision. We should try to remove and resolve shortcomings and complement them. And what is most important is the issue of making it practical and implementable, and to deal with the micro-level issues under this direction. As you said, another thing that caught my eye was about the propaganda. There's the act banning the propaganda. Everybody was aware of this law because, but this propaganda legislation was included under the Inter-Korean Relations Development Act. So I understand that the inter-Korean relations is important, but I think this type of legal hierarchy was very problematic. And I agree with your issue. And another question related to that is, in inter-Korean relations and in unification, and the legal support, constitutional support, requires normal frameworks. But at the same time, it could be an obstacle. It could actually kind of hinder the future development. So it is necessary to strike a balance. So what is your view on this matter? Yes, to put it simply, I like to talk about two things. First of all, under the Korean Constitution, there's a future image of free unification. It is a free unification based on liberal democracy. I think this is a very desired direction of unification. But then we could think, what does that mean and how could we realize that? In these matters, there are so many possibilities of interpretation. It is too open. So to ensure irreversible advancement, I think it requires at least a more specific level of unification. That is the image of unification, and we should at least stipulate a more specific level of the requirements for unification that could set a kind of a milestone and a future direction. Since we lack these elements, with the change of every administration, the swaying is too big. So this type of anti-progressive trend is taking place. So a more segmented and more specific basic principles should be established. And I also agree with what you said. As I study law, I am wary about the view that law could solve everything. About inter-Korean relations and unification, the rule of law is complementing policies. And what is lacking, it is to not lead policies. I think that is very dangerous. I don't know whether you could remember, for the North Korean defectors, when the North Korean defectors wants to file a divorce against the South Korean resident, and also there was a lawsuit about property, but there weren't any legislation related to this type of nationality. We realized that the precondition of the South Korean law was applicable only to South Korean nationals. So under this reality, of course, there will be side effects, but I think we should try to complement the current law in the direction that we need. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kim Byung-dae, I want to ask you about dialogue. When I was the Minister of Unification, I would often go to National Assembly, and the lawmakers asked me why we don't engage in dialogue. I had responded that we are not really the ministry in charge of dialogue, having dialogue with North Korea. And we should not really believe that dialogue will solve everything. But we do need to engage in dialogue when it is necessary. In this, I'd like to know how you're preparing to have a dialogue in the future with the North Korean counterparts. Tell us about the future direction that you may have as a ministry. Yes, as you have mentioned, we are not able to sit down with North Koreans for a dialogue. There are three things I want to mention here. One is related to the Audacious Initiative. Once again, I emphasize that the Audacious Initiative takes a 3D approach. So we want to bring North Korea to the table of discourse. We want to impose sanctions, deter, dissuade, and we want them to give up. And then if they come out to the discussions table, then we would be willing to engage in various activities to overcome the situation. So it's a deterrence, dissuasion, and dialogue. We urge North Korea to come to the table of dialogue, but North Korea is not responding to our proposal. North Korea is saying no, and North Korea is insisting they continue the path of nuclear development. And therefore, we focus more on 2D of the three, deterrence and dissuasion. So we want to press North Korea, and we want to deter North Korea from developing nuclear programs. And now I'd like to talk about the current political situation. In 2020, after the outbreak of the COVID-19, North Korea has shut down completely, and it has enhanced the control over the people. And COVID-19 has turned into an endemic, and from the pandemic to endemic. So we are looking at some changes going on in North Korea. North Korea may lift its border control, and we don't know when that is going to happen, but North Korea is showing some signs of making preparations for that border opening up. And North Korea is also indicating that it may participate in international sports competitions such as Hangzhou Asian Games, which is going to happen in the latter part of this year. It may send a delegation at the Hangzhou Asian Games. And between North Korea and China, we are also seeing some signs for opening of a dialogue. If you take all those factors into considerations, and if you look at these changes, you see that there's a significant. This is a significant change from what has happened in the past 2-3 years. So we are looking at some possibilities. They may come to the table to sit down with us for dialogue. So we need to be prepared in all fronts. We want to be ready when North Korea comes out to the table of dialogue as well. But having said that, I'd like to say that North Korea has also will launch the missiles, satellite missiles. It will want to continue provocation activities. So we cannot be too positive, but we still want to be ready for any changes that may take place in North Korea. Thirdly, I think the perspective that we have for dialogue is very important. The dialogue is very important, but it's not the ultimate goal itself. It is a means of realizing the goal in addressing the problems that we have. So what do we want to realize through dialogue is very, very important. We're not engaged in dialogue for the sake of the dialogue. We want to come up with actual practical outcomes. There are certain agenda that North Korea wants to table. We want to table certain agendas ourselves, and we want to guide North Korea to take on the right path of change. We want North Korea to give up the nuclear program, and we want North Korea to change the course so that it contributes to improving human rights situation, the quality of life for the North Korean people. So through dialogue, we want to guide North Korea to take on the right path. And that will also happen to the inter-Korean relations as well. We will continue to make efforts towards this end. Thank you very much.
대화 참여해봤는데
The inter-Korean relations sometimes could resume talks out of nowhere. And since we started 10 minutes late, so we will end at 5:10. And I'd like to ask one more question. The last question is a common question to all the speakers. So I'd like to ask Director General Kim first. The question is, the common keyword in the four presentations seems to be freedom. The Yoon Suk-yeol administration, as well as especially the government, has stressed the importance of importance of freedom. And it is emphasized as a constitutional value and as also a basis of consensus. And this applies also to the human rights issue of North Koreans. And also, the initiative reflects the value of freedom. So in terms of unification diplomacy, how should we expand the value of freedom? And how should we secure a consensus of freedom? Could you please give a brief reply for that? Could I please ask Mr. Kim Byung-dae first?
Well, when it comes to inter-Korean relations, we need to expand the horizons of freedom. That's very important. I agree with many of the presenters before me today, but to elaborate further on the new future initiatives on unification, this new initiative upholds the values such as freedom, human rights, and openness, and we want to promote communications through the initiative as well. Through this direction setting, what we want to do is that in the past, we have come to agreements on that we have discussed the issue of free exchanges with North Korea in the past. We want to expand the scope of freedom enjoyed in North Korea through our efforts. And also for the inter-Korean relations, we want to make sure that people have faith about the liberal democracy and freedom. We want to enhance people's understanding about these very important values in the future. Professor Lee, please go ahead. I'll be very short.
Okay.
Personally, I am a strong believer of freedom. When we think of unification and nations and peace, I think the most vulnerable value is freedom. That is very paradoxical. When you think of the new Unification Future Initiative, especially within South Korea, in terms of consensus for unification, we have to think of the role of the nation and the people. There are certain limits that the nation should keep. I like to emphasize the importance. Collective freedom could undermine the freedom of individuals. And this could have the danger of totalitarianism. So the universal human rights should be upheld on a national level. But if it undermines my personal freedom, I don't think I could accept that or tolerate that. Thank you.
네, between the ruling and opposition parties, I don't want to see a divide. People say that we may be headed towards a war, and that is why the peace process was installed. In the international politics arena, we have negative peace and positive peace, and negative peace is about not having a war. And positive peace is about upholding the values such as freedom and democracy. It's about permanent peace. And therefore, we should not be just constrained by the words that we don't want war. And then we won't be able to promote active peace, the positive peace. When it comes to freedom and the democracy, I think information flow is very important. North Korean people should know what is happening to them. And they also know what is happening outside the world. They have the right to know. They have the right to compare information. And in this, I believe freedom is peace, and peace is human rights. Thank you very much. Mr. Seok.
예, 연합뉴스.
Yes, I think Yonhap Agency in this News Symposium on Korean Future 2023 is opening this forum, and I truly feel immense gratitude, and I'd like to cherish its significance. The future of the Korean Peninsula must include North Korea, as well as the stability of the inter-Korean relations and ultimately unification. The final goal of unification, and to reach that goal, we have to make many policy efforts and efforts on the public level to prevent any provocations. In the past administration, too much emphasis was made on peace. So in many areas, there were many shortcomings and frustrations. And many members of PUAC overemphasized peace repeatedly. The policy and the stance of the government and administration will have an impact on the perception of the public as well as the policy direction. So considering that in the current administration, depending on the goodwill of the counterparty, which is North Korea, it could be a fake unification or a contentless or empty unification. So we have to have a free will for democracy and diplomacy, and true freedom, human rights, universal values should be pursued to renew our perception toward inter-Korean relations. And PUAC, as we launched a new membership, we're seeing so much interest. The past 5 years situation is being criticized, and many people are retrospecting the past situation. And so we're kind of astonished at this level of interest. And I think this should be created into a general or a public level energy so that it could contribute to the inter-Korean relations. Thank you very much. And we've spent about 1 hour to discuss inter-Korean relations. It was under the topic of the growing risk of North Korea's nuclear weapon programs and possible solutions. Right now, we do not have a clear answer. We are at a difficult situation. But based on my experience, I think it is at this time that we should follow our values and principles, including the value of freedom. I think that should be required of us. And in this line, I like to share that when we think of many issues in the inter-Korean relations, there are many things that we could look back on. What I feel somewhat frustrated is that sometimes we feel ourselves only as a perpetrator. For example, in terms of the North Korean human rights, well, the violator, that's the perpetrator, is not us. It is North Korea regime. We are the victims of North Korean nuclear threats, and the perpetrator is North Korea. But North Korea is trying to pretend to be a victim. And unless we really think clearly, we might fall into this misbelief that we could be the ones that is causing this problem. And we have to be very clear and cautious about that. We have to continue to study, to come up with good and solid policies. And we also need to resume dialogue with North Korea. However, we should not fall into this misbelief that we are perpetrators, we have to respond in a clear manner and have a strategic response. It may take time, but we have to do it right. And this will enable unification where everybody enjoys peace on the Korean Peninsula. And with that, based on this principle, we should be able to solve this current stalemate situation between the two Koreas. And with that, I'd like to conclude this session.
의미 있는 토론 해주.
Thank you very much for the panelists, the presenters and discussants, and the moderators for all their very positive contributions to the symposium. Please give a big round of applause. I sincerely hope that the symposium proved to be meaningful for all the participants here today. And with this, we'd like to conclude the Yonhap News Symposium on Korean Future 2023. I'd like to thank all the distinguished guests for being with us throughout the whole day. We also thank the online audience for their active attention. Thank you very much.